state-owned adaptation strategies are likely and significantly to be sustainable, unlike when it is copy and paste. And why? You can only control what you own. So when the community are part of a project from the inception and they are integrated into all the ideas, they're likely to support it, they're likely to own it, they're likely to make it to be sustainable.
We don't have the beneficiaries involved in the co-creation process, then the co-producing becomes a problem. And also having them in the co-creation process gives them ownership, and ownership allows them to feel like it belongs to them. And now it builds the sustainability and the long-term solutions that we are trying to have in the project.
So, for example, indigenous knowledge from countries living in countries like SIDS, etc., and also like around the world, indigenous people, they have so much knowledge. They have a lot of spiritual connections to their lands, etc. So I think nature-based solution is a westernized concept where we as Africans also, we have always been close to nature and conservation. So I think Southern leadership is so important.
So this is one of the beauties of ICLEI projects in Africa and in Asia, because we are driving idea that it should be community possessed. And in doing that, we are laying emphasis on research communication and building empathy with victims of extreme events. Enough of crucifying them. Enough of saying, oh, informal settlers are bad. No, they are good. It is just for us to create a better environment for them, and we should do that without having their heritage being eroded.
Those who are bearing the brunt of climate change are those who are coming mostly from the south, especially small island developing states like Mauritius. So Southern leadership is very important, because we cannot solve the climate dilemma if we don't take into consideration their perspectives.
locally honed adaptation strategies are likely and significantly to be sustainable, unlike when it is copy and paste. And why? You can only control what you own. So when the community are part of a project from the inception and they are integrated into all the ideas, they're likely to support it, they're likely to own it, they're likely to make it to be sustainable.
We don't have the beneficiaries involved in the co-creation process, then the co-producing becomes a problem. And also having them in the co-creation process gives them ownership, and ownership allows them to feel like it belongs to them. And now it builds the sustainability and the long-term solutions that we are trying to have in the project.
So, for example, indigenous knowledge from countries living in countries like SIDS, etc., and also like around the world, indigenous people, they have so much knowledge. They have a lot of spiritual connections to their lands, etc. So I think nature-based solution is a westernized concept where we as Africans also, we have always been close to nature and conservation. So I think Southern leadership is so important.
So this is one of the beauties of ICLEI projects in Africa and in Asia, because we are driving idea that it should be community possessed. And in doing that, we are laying emphasis on research communication and building empathy with victims of extreme events. Enough of crucifying them. Enough of saying, oh, informal settlers are bad. No, they are good. It is just for us to create a better environment for them, and we should do that without having their heritage being eroded.
Those who are bearing the brunt of climate change are those who are coming mostly from the south, especially small island developing states like Mauritius. So Southern leadership is very important, because we cannot solve the climate dilemma if we don't take into consideration their perspectives.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will be starting in a few minutes, and please, we would like to ask you again to help yourselves for some complimentary coffee available at the back of the hall. A small way to help everyone ease into what promises to be another full and meaningful day ahead. Once again, complimentary coffee is made available at the back of the hall. We will be starting in a few minutes. Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, partners, and colleagues. Welcome to Day 2 of the International Conference on Local, Equitable, and Inclusive Resilience 2026. Yesterday, we began with a shared understanding that resilience must go beyond infrastructure and systems. It must be inclusive, participatory, and grounded in the lived realities of our communities. From connecting local action to global commitments to exploring the role of data, innovation, and governance, our conversations have set a strong foundation for the work ahead. Today, we take that conversation a step further, moving from frameworks into practice and from dialogue into implementation. And allow me to say that among the 3 days of this conference, this is where we will be having at the heart of our conference, where we will be talking about really core topics and facets of true resiliency. But before we begin, a few gentle reminders. For all participants here in Baguio, please keep your devices in silent mode for the rest of the program. And once again, you may help yourselves for a complimentary coffee available at the back of the hall. We will also be accompanied by a Filipino Sign Language translator, Miss Karen Joy, for the entire Baguio panel for the first panel session. And we also take this moment once again to recognize the partners who have made this gathering possible. This conference is made possible through the collaboration with the Climate Adaptation and Resilience Program, whose work continues to strengthen inclusive and evidence-based climate initiatives across regions. We likewise, again, extend our appreciation to our co-host, the City Government of Baguio, for their leadership and for welcoming us into a city that continues to exemplify resilience in action. For our participants joining us on site, should you still need to complete your registration, our team remains available just outside the venue to assist you. And for those joining us virtually, we encourage you to take part in the post-event survey that will be shared later today, as this will be used to facilitate your certificate of participation. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin Day 2. Our first session for today is the opening plenary titled Local Leadership at the Frontlines of Inclusive Resilience. If Day 1 highlighted the importance of aligning efforts across levels, today begins by recognizing where resilience truly takes shape at the local level, where leadership meets lived reality. In cities like Baguio, where risks are layered and complex, local leaders are not only implementers, they are innovators, conveners, and stewards of inclusive development. This session will highlight how local leadership can drive meaningful change through policy, collaboration, and the integration of inclusive practices into urban planning and climate strategies. To guide this important discussion, allow me to introduce our session moderator, the Regional Director of ICLEI Southeast Asia, Mr. Victorino Aquitania.
So good morning, everyone. I hope you had a restful sleep and raring to do all the activities for today. On behalf of ICLEI Southeast Asia, welcome to this session, Local Leadership at the Frontline of Inclusive Resilience. Across our region, resilience is not an abstract concept. It is a lived reality. It is the mayor responding to floods at midnight, the barangay leader organizing evacuation, the community advocate ensuring that no one is left behind. Today, we focus on a central idea. Resilience is built or broken at the local level, and leadership is the difference. But leadership for resilience must be inclusive. Leadership that listens, represents, and acts for all. So for today, we have 3 panelists. So the city in focus is Baguio City because all the panelists comes from Baguio. Before we go to the actual panel discussion, there will be presentation from Engineer Charles Carame, City Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Officer, Baguio City. Uh, Charles is a disaster risk reduction and management practitioner and a public sector leader from Baguio City. With engineering background and extensive experience in emergency management, he plays a key role in strengthening local systems for disaster preparedness, response, and recovery in high-risk urban settings. He has enhanced emergency operations central systems, improved interagency coordination, and implemented frameworks aligned with RA 10121. He promotes proactive, data-driven, and people-centered governance, emphasizing inclusive resilience. His work highlights leadership, institutional capacity, and community focus. At ICLEI IR 2026, he will share practical insights on translating policy into action. So may I now call on Charles for his presentation.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that introduction, Sir Vic. Resilience is not just about systems. It's about leadership. And cities like Baguio City, leadership is tested every single day. Not in theory, but in real decisions. Decisions that will affect real people, especially the most vulnerable. But before I do that, may I greet our friends from Indonesia. Selamat pagi. To our participants from Nepal, Suba Bihani. I hope I pronounced that right. And our participants from Bangladesh, Subo Sukal. At sa ating mga kababayan, galing sa iba't ibang lugar ng Pilipinas, magandang umaga. Sa ating mga participants sa CAR, na imbag nga agsapa. In my presentation, I would like to share how local governments like us in the city of Baguio, who are working at the front lines, are not only responding to risks, but are shaping what inclusive resilience truly means in practice. I want to share to you not just our policies, but our journey, a story of how local leadership stands at the front lines of inclusive resilience. My presentation will be divided into 5. I will be introducing you. I've been doing a part of introduction and innovative policies and programs, the integration, how we integrate it in our systems, and of course, the lessons that we have learned and our ways forward. So, for those who are not familiar in the city of Baguio, who are the first-timers here? So, there are first-timers. Most already are from here, living here, or have been here. But for the sake of those who are first times, Baguio has always been the top tourist destination here in the Philippines. In fact, we are called the summer capital of the Philippines. Why? Because more or less, I would say we have the chilly temperature for now. We are around, I think, around 24 degrees Celsius, while other places in the city, in the Philippines, they are around 32 degrees and they can go as high as 50 degrees Celsius. So that is the weather that we are experiencing right now. Yun po, that is the one that we are most proud of in the city of Baguio. Moving forward, although we are one of the highly urbanized city in the Philippines, Baguio still retains its rustic charm. If you have time, kindly go around, meet our people. They are Filipinos, are most known for their hospitable character. And here in the city of Baguio, we do more than that. We have our food culture, we have our shopping districts, and they themselves have become an attraction. But beyond that, Baguio City is bound by its vulnerabilities. Baguio City was originally designed for 20,000 people. But right now, we are around 300 to 400,000 residents. And that would double or even triple, because millions of tourists are coming up here in the city of Baguio, especially during summer, during vacations, during holidays. We have reached around almost 2 million one time. So, with this, we are faced with converging risks, like increasing climate variability, high population due to mobility tourism, urban congestion. I think it will be discussed later on by Architect Donna. And this gives us its effect on complex multi-hazard exposure. Baguio sits on top of steep terrain. We are around 1,500 meters above sea level. And if you can see around, at least this portion, it's more than 30% slope, making it very high and prone to landslides. During intense rainfall events, we experience surface runoff, surges, and slope failures. We are also in major earthquake zone. We have around 2-3 earthquake fault systems. And beyond that, our water supply also depends on a declining. Our watershed are slowly declining. And that only shows that results to lowered water. I only have 6 minutes, so I will be rushing on. Moving forward, why inclusive resilience matters? Beyond this, risk is not experienced equally. It will be discussed later in my co-panelist on how the city of Baguio does its inclusive resiliency. Our mayor is a hands-on mayor. In fact, in his third year, he has vowed to continue his 7-point agenda. And one of these would be on environment and disaster resilience. In the city of Baguio, we are not merely exploring, but we are implementing innovations in our policies. We are bounded by RA 10121, Republic Act 9729, and Joint Memorandum 2013-1. We were awarded on informed urban planning through the city was named the 2025 national champion in the CBMS Gawad Galing Local Awards. This was done during the first community-based monitoring system national convention on September 30, 2025. You can see there our colleague, our city planning officer receiving the award. We have also our early warning systems, wherein apart from the city level, we also have the 128 barangays in the community level. They have their own early warning system. So social protection is inclusive. This will be further discussed by our colleague later on, so I will not be delving that so much. And our environmental protection measures. We also have that. We have our LCCAP, our local climate change adaptation plan. And integrating this in our systems, our efforts are interconnected in all of these systems. We have our mainstreaming of our DRM and governance. We have our climate adaptation strategies. And we have our multi-stakeholder collaboration. And moving forward, we have so many community engagement. And for the lessons that we have learned, as I've said, our mayor is a hands-on mayor. Leadership matters in Baguio City DRM because it turns policy into coordinated action, keeps multi-stakeholder systems aligned, strengthens barangay readiness, and drives long-term resilience planning. Yes, in DRM, balance, in disaster risk reduction management, balance is very difficult, but it is necessary. Why? Baguio City faces overlapping risks. As I have shown a while ago, we have several multi-hazards. So we need to balance that. Because DRM is not only on response, it has also to reduce risk before disasters happen and restore services afterwards. In DRM, our plans only reduce risk, not only reduce risk, but also enforcement matters. Why? In DRM, it depends on our leaders. They are the lawmakers. But while we have several or many laws, the implementation should be done. And when it comes to the Philippines, and I would say in Baguio City, there are so many people who are hard-headed. So that is one that we have to be critical on. And of course, when coming up with decisions, it has to be data-driven. For our ways forward, Baguio City's strategic directions point toward resilient, smart, sustainable, and inclusive city by 2043. The city's way forward combines open governance, smart city systems, climate resilience, circular economy, and urban decongestion through growth nodes and complete streets. For replication and scaling in the city of Baguio means taking full successful pilots such as the smart city governance. We have one of the, I would say, best in the city, in the Philippines, our smart command center. I hope you find time also to visit that. And before I end, I would like to call for the collaboration. In the city of Baguio, collaboration means bringing together the LGU, our civil societies, our youth, our private sector, our indigenous groups, and the barangays to co-create solutions instead of working in silos. Baguio's recent governance and resilient initiatives, as I've shown, these show that the city already treats collaboration as a practical strategy for planning, implementation, and scaling. And before I end, I would like to leave you with this. Inclusive resilience begins with local leadership and succeeds through collective action. So with that, maraming salamat, and I hope you have a fruitful day ahead.
Thank you, Engineer Charles. So far you have heard some of the initiatives of Baguio in terms of their vulnerabilities and how they are addressing this through inclusive governance. But later we will deepen our discussion on the details, probably on how the city integrates the marginalized sector into a meaningful partnership. Yeah. So if there are any burning questions, maybe can I ask the audience if they have any burning questions so that we'll not forget later. None? None? Okay, so we go to our next panelist. So our next panelist, I know her quite well. She was with the academy before. She was a professor at the St. Louis University, and I think we did some minor projects before she came to the city of Baguio. So our next panelist is Architect Donna Tabangin, City Planning and Development Coordinator, Baguio City. No, the office has actually changed, so sorry. Because when I was still with the planning office, it's called CPDO. But now it's City Planning Development and Development Coordinator and Sustainability Office. Okay. She was appointed in 2020 after 22 years of academic tenure at St. Louis University. She is a key figure in the 2026 economic recovery and digital transformation. Architect Tabangin is renowned for implementing the Baguio Digital Twin, a data-driven mapping tool for disaster resilience and urban management that earned international acclaim. Her leadership focuses on balancing modernization with sustainability, overseeing rejuvenation projects for Session Road and parks to address urban decay while ensuring Baguio remains a resilient and livable mountain city for the future. So without further ado, I now call on Architect Donna.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Baguio. I think Engineer Charles has done the proper introductions and welcome, so I'll proceed immediately to my presentation. This is to the level of the city already when it comes to urban management. Engineer Charles and Dr. Sam later on will talk about the details of how we undertake the different resilience and inclusive programs of the city. So as Sir Vic has said, we have been developing a digital twin for the city, which is a very important tool when it comes to urban management. And you will see the different applications in the city, which we have been doing for the past 4 years already. Engineer Charles has talked about our city. So it is a highly urbanized city. In this region, we are actually the center when it comes to trade as well as for education and tourism. So in our city, when we talk of our population, we have what we call the daytime population, which is 386,000 people. And the night, I'm sorry, that's wrong. The daytime population, which is 1.2 million at certain periods, and a nighttime population of 380,000 people. So nighttime would be the residents of the city, daytime would be those who come to transact, to study, and of course for other services that are available here. So that means that when it comes to urban planning, we have to account for the resident population as well as the visitor population. So we have a lot of hazards in the city, and this is one of the reasons why we developed the digital twin, because we wanted to develop a system where we can go hyper-local so that we know exactly which household, what kind of infrastructure are available at specific parts of the city, so that when it comes to continuity planning, we have the basic data already. But one thing which I would like to emphasize on is that on top of hazards, we also have a very major problem in the city, and that's called its urban carrying capacity. And maybe when Engineer Charles showed you our city vision, it says Baguio 2043, a livable, inclusive, and creative city. 2043 is a very odd year, right? Because when we talk of SDGs, it's 2030. It's an even number. But why is it that Baguio talks of a vision towards 2043? And that's because of our carrying capacity challenges. You can see that on 8 fronts, on the physical, the built environment, and the natural environment of the city, we are encountering challenges, and the years that you see there, these are the years when we have already breached that carrying capacity. Like, say, for example, if you look at the leftmost side, that's on urban road area. In 1988, we now have exceeded the carrying capacity of our roads, and that's the reason why we are experiencing traffic congestion in the city. And it goes through all these different sectors. So 2043 is the year that if we do not fix these challenges, we will get into irreversible urban decay. And that's the reason why our city vision says that instead of urban decay, 2043 is the year where Baguio becomes livable, inclusive, and creative. So what we're doing right now is we have our first voluntary local review. That's our last year. And the reason why we undertook this is, of course, to know, are we really meeting the goals, or are there areas where we now have regressions? And we found out that it's on SDG 3, that's on health and well-being, where we are experiencing compelling regression. We are red on that sector. And that's the reason why this VLR now is informing us and redirecting efforts, most especially on health, so that we would not be red by next year already. We are also doing a quality of life index. This is that time where we undertake a survey answered by the different residents of the city for us to understand, are they happy with their lives in Baguio? And you can see that it validates the VLR because the orange areas there are our problem areas. The green ones, of course, are those areas where we're doing well. So you can see that we have a problem on housing, and this is something that we're working on right now because housing in the city is very expensive. Because of our small land area, our real estate is a very difficult industry, an expensive industry in the city. We have a problem on health and well-being as informed by the VLR, and on culture and recreation, which is quite funny because we are a UNESCO creative city. But what we found out here is that our residents also would like to experience the culture, the heritage of the city. So our tourism will no longer be outward looking, but inwards already, because our residents should be the main tourists of our city. When we plan, we have 6 sectors. That's on environment, social, economic, infrastructure, DRR, CCA, and the institutional sector. You can see from these slides that we have already identified the key problems of the city, so that whenever we implement programs and projects, these are the main points wherein it should be that whenever we invest on a certain project or program, we are concurrently solving these problems. Our economy is dominated by the services sector because, of course, we are a tourism and education center. That's 71.7% of our economy. We also have industry at 27% and a measly 0.6% on urban agriculture. We have a major problem when it comes to food security because we are entirely dependent on food that comes from the different parts of the Philippines except our own city. Our key economic drivers are on retail and trade, finance and business services, real estate, tourism and hospitality, as well as education and professional services. And with that, we now have developed our critical path. This means that for the planning period of 2024 to 2030, these are the major activities that the city has to get into. Number one, and which started already last year, is to set the foundations. And the foundations are more about governance and data. We said that this must be in place before we can get into any interventions because we have to be data-driven. Phase 2 is from year 0.5 to year 3 is to prevent further degradation coming from hazards. And that means we need to stabilize and protect our natural environment. As you have seen in our carrying capacity, there are several sectors when it comes to the natural environment where we are now at difficult spaces already. So phase 2, which is year 0.5 to 0.4, and this is something that we have been doing for quite some time through PPPs, is we need to unlock mobility and land. Transportation is a big problem in the city, and for us to be able to make sure that the city is still livable is we have to impose big solutions that would change the entire transport and mobility system of the city. And since we are enjoying a good environment and climate, we are always talking about going back to our roots of walking, because that's the least expensive and the healthiest way of moving about in the city. I was born here, and I have experienced walking from one end to the other end of the city. That's possible. And to solve these problems on the fuel, that war in Iran, then we need to get back to that kind of mobility again. Phase 3 is to expand social systems. That means that we need to make sure that we are supporting inclusion when it comes to urban transformation. The marginalized have to be at the forefront of social services because, of course, no one has to be left behind. And last would be on scaling economy and innovation. So maybe a question that you have in mind is, why is it that we place social systems and economy on the later parts of our critical path? Because we thought all along that we were in a good space because our poverty rate is at 0.8, which is the lowest in the country. And our employment rate is at 1.2, which is also the lowest in the country. And when it comes to the economy, our GDP is one of the top 10 GDPs in the country. So the only city outside our national capital region that has a GDP comparable to them. But yesterday, we were actually not here because we were quite busy doing our continuity plan. And this means that this critical path that we have prepared is only for normal times. This has to change now. And that's the reason why yesterday, we've been doing our economic continuity, meaning economy need not be on the very last part of the critical path. The critical path means that it's economy. That is the essential part of continuity already. So one of the things that I have learned when I joined public service was one has to be adaptable. And in the plans that we prepare, our plans need to be adaptable as well. We can change the minute that difficulties arise. And now we are right at the middle of economic continuity planning because we understand that the war in Iran would change a lot of our economic activities in the city, and we are highly vulnerable when it comes to fuel price hikes, inflation, and supply chain disruptions. We are highly dependent on services from outside the city. And now we have to make sure that in terms of continuity, we need to localize all these services and goods that we need so that we can continue the operations of the city. One of the big discussions yesterday was on tourism, because tourists will have to come out to Baguio. How do we assure that Baguio remains as the tourism destination of the city? Because 20% of our economy comes from that. So there are difficult times ahead of us, but I would say that we have set in place the baselines already. So it's easy for us to adopt and to change our critical paths as needed. We already have set our livability index. These are our baselines. With the digital twin, we now know which of our villages, our barangays, or the kampungs are already livable or not livable because efforts need to be placed there. Because at the end of the day, it's the quality of life of our residents that are very, very important for us. And we have to make sure that urban design and urban planning meets their requirements. So this livability index measures the different sectors of development in a barangay. And you can see that there are 10 main indicators here. And we can update these indicators or the levels of livability in barangays because these are digital already based from a digital twin. We know which barangays in the city are livable and which are not, and efforts towards improving on 10 sectors or 10 indicators are underway. When we plan and when our barangays plan, they look at their scoring so that they would know which ones are their priorities, and they can also prioritize investments to those areas. We also have understood that poverty has different dimensions. So we need to make sure that for our residents, and that's the reason why we have the quality of life index, is to make sure that all these services are available to everyone, most especially those who are lacking when it comes to health and environment, on education, economic opportunities, and of course, empowerment. We always make sure that our residents are part and parcel of decision making. And as Engineer Charles has mentioned, we do a lot of public consultations and public engagements. This is the last part of my presentation. This is the output of the digital twin, because we needed to make sure that we know who are the most vulnerable in the city, although of course the demographics would tell us, but physically, where are they? And that's the reason why we have an SVI, the Social Vulnerability Index, which measures the vulnerability of households when it comes to economic opportunities, on demographics, as well as on the built environment, that would be on housing and land use. So we now know, like in this example, in terms of unemployment, we know where the most unemployed residents of the city are. That would be on those areas that are colored maroon. And that means that we need to tailor fit services now when it comes to employment opportunities, on skills development, as well as capacity building on these areas. So that's one thing that we are currently right in the middle of, because of course, as we are preparing our continuity plan, these areas now are the priorities of the city. We do a lot of multi-stakeholder engagement, as Engineer Charles has mentioned. And later on this afternoon, aside from you visiting our command center, you will also get to see our Youth Innovation Hub, which is a major project with ICLEI, the Safe and Sound Cities. We want to make sure that the youth are engaged when it comes to solutions making in the city. Because of course, it's their future, it's their city that we are building on right now, and they need to be made a very important part of the stakeholders that design and also decide for our city. So, of course, partnerships are very important, and well, this is where we derive a lot of help, assistance, as well as information sharing. And it helps a lot when it comes to urban management. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Architect. It's good to know that the city is now investing on data because previously most data are not shared even within the local government. And when I was still in the city, I actually, because there's no climate data yet, so I had to do it myself. I had to go to the gasoline stations, to get information on how, on the volume of fuel that is being consumed by the city. And then you have to determine also the number of vehicles using diesel, gasoline. So it was quite difficult to actually do an inventory and use this as a basis to do any measure to lower the emission of the city. But it's good to know that the city is now investing on data. They are measuring the quality of life. Good to know that. Because, I mean, it's important to know the impact of the service the city delivers to the community. Otherwise, we will not be able to measure the success factors or challenges that we need to address to make the city resilient. Our next panelist is Dr. Samuel Aquino. He head the Persons with Disability Affairs Office. He is a dedicated advocate for persons with disabilities, and he has been instrumental in implementing various programs and initiatives aimed at improving the lives of PWDs. Dr. Aquino's work focuses on raising awareness about disabilities, promoting inclusivity, and ensuring that PWDs receive the support and benefits they are entitled to. He is currently a graduating Juris Doctor student of the School of Law at the University of Baguio. So, without further ado, may I now call on Dr. Aquino.
Naimbag nga agsapatayom amin, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat at good morning po. Ayan. Nandito po ako. Good morning. I am here today to be with you to our conference that is being held right now in the city government of Baguio. And at the same time, I would like to share with you our journey. So my presentation today, this is a presentation made during the my international attendance in Geneva, Switzerland, when I was one of the resource speakers. So please pardon me for this, the old presentation, because I would like you to travel with me as we journey together why Baguio City is now considered inclusive, resilient hub for 2026. Okay po, good morning po. Paano po to ikuan, sir? Yan. sige. It's okay. Okay, I'll try 7 minutes. So good morning again. My discussion will be disability inclusion in the disaster risk reduction and management using the scorecard assessment tool. October 2023, when the city government of Baguio was invited by the United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction held in South Korea, when we were invited as participants of Making City 2030. And we are very happy that the Person with Disability Affairs Office was selected as one of the participants in this international conference. We had a 1-week training about making city resilient using the resilient tool annexed with the disability inclusion scorecard. And with my presence in that international conference, I was given the chance to assess and measure how far the city government of Baguio is being resilient to the sector of person with disability. I am presenting to you, maybe this is the first time for all our participants here in Baguio, why there is PIDAO. PIDAO, Person with Disability Affairs Office in Baguio City, was created 2018 through the Republic Act 170, wherein an act establishing that in every province, city, or municipality of our country, there should be a person with disability. Unfortunately, for Baguio City, it took them for 9 years to create and establish in the compliance of the Seal of Local Good Governance. So that's why our office, Person with Disability Affairs Office, was just created at the last quarter of October 18. And this office, under the nature of the local government unit, under highly urbanized city, this is one of the mandatory office that is given to us. So that's why through the Republic Act 170, which mandates that implement policies, plans, and programs for the promotion and interest of persons with disabilities. And to make it sure that the Batas 344 or the accessibility will be fully implemented and ensure that the policies, plans, and programs, services, and activities are funded by both national and local government. Next. Yeah, this is a disaggregated data of person with disability for the year 2024, which is being divided by the type of disability. Based on the Department of Health, we have 10 types of disability. It is being divided into sex, children with disabilities from 0 to 17, youth with disability from 18 to 30, adult with disabilities 31 to 59, and we have the senior with disability from 16 and above. And Baguio City, being the melting pot of cultures, we also have the data for the member of indigenous community. Pardon me or give me this kind of an apology that this data is during 2024. It was presented in Geneva, Switzerland, to make it sure that in every data related to disability is being recorded. Next. This is the result of our attendance in South Korea when we use the Disability Inclusion Scorecard. There are 10 essential areas wherein the city government of Baguio City under Person with Disability Affairs was assessed. Who is the assessor? Of course, being me only. I assess our city government of Baguio, how far it is being resilient in response to the needs and the promotion of the person with disability. Next, these are the gaps out of the disability inclusion scorecard. There is a limited access of person with disabilities to a limited number of information and communication materials. Wala siyang information, education materials natin. Low level of engagement of person in all thematic areas of disaster risk reduction management, prevention and mitigation, preparedness, response, and rehabilitation and recovery. And lastly, the low compliance of commercial buildings to the Philippine Accessibility Law. In this way, even this convention hall is not compliant to the BP 344. Meron bang compliant? May elevator? Escalator? Meron. Are we sure? Very sure? How about the comfort room? Is it accessible or not? Yan po. Based on this, there are the identified actions to enhance inclusive disaster risk reduction management. Number 1, propose actions during 2024. Increase engagement of persons with disabilities in disaster risk reduction and vulnerable assessment. That is in partnership with our city Disaster Risk Reduction Management Office and PDAO. Strengthening of Person with Disability Affairs Office, increase the budget and human resources, creation of a Council of Person with Disabilities, enhance the mainstreaming of person with disabilities, local planning, monitoring and implementation, and lastly, improve person with disabilities access to information and communication materials. These are the actions to be taken out of the K-gap identified before. So this was a report of 2024, and then we will see how far our office responded to the needs in the promotion of the interests and welfare of every person with disability here in Baguio. Next, ma'am. This is one of the actions undertaken by our office in partnership with our city disaster risk reduction management office. We got the fund, we proposed an activity, and it was approved out of 500,000 pesos. And we conducted the disability inclusion in the disaster risk reduction management to the barangays. For your information, Baguio City is composed of 128 barangays. And because of this, we had 12 pilot barangays who undertaken. This is composed of person with disabilities. Next, ma'am. Person with disabilities, parents, guardians, and the barangay council together with our partners from the civil society organization, the Rescue 87, as well as the Fire Bureau of Fire Department. You see, children with disability, youth with disability, adult with disability, even senior with disability. And most of this training, we conducted at least 3 days training involving inclusive disaster risk reduction in strengthening the capacities and potential of the person with disability. Next. These are the pictures. Next. And we have also the basic life support per person with disabilities. Out of this, next, yes, there is an international recognition and commendation from the United Nations for being what? including the person with disability not only as participants but as a sustainable partner and especially policy making. That's the most important. Now, we have the United Nations International Award, World Peace, Global Peace Award, and then we have the national functionality from the Department of Interior and Local Government. This was given 2024. 2023, when we were being assessed in South Korea, this is now the fruit. Next, ayan, this is the aim and the goal for the vision of Baguio City, that nothing about us without us, that no person with disability in the world is left behind. Yan po, maraming salamat. Next please, ayan.
Thank you, Dr. Aquino. It's good to hear that there are several initiatives in the city in terms of the PWDs, because when I was still with the city, there was no office such as this. And usually they are just consulted during the planning sessions, but I'm not sure if the ideas are actually being recognized at these planning sessions, because sometimes the strategies of the government are already fixed and sometimes it's not that flexible. So may now call on our panelists to join me on stage. So we only have a few minutes left for the panel discussion. So I would like to direct these questions to Engineer Charles and Dr. Aquino. How does the city integrate the marginalized sector in local decision making? And are there any platforms that can be used for them to be able to really participate in the different programs of the city? Because I know when I was still in the city, every Wednesday there's a People's Forum where the community goes to the city hall and discuss with the mayor and the city councilors. Are there new innovations?
Yes, good morning again. I am a person with disability registered. This is already my 49th years as a person with disability, and one of the innovation that is being spearheaded by our local government of Baguio is the creation of Person with Disability Affairs Office. The full implementation, because in one way or another, there is already an office that caters to the interests and welfare of person with disability as a mechanism to connect to the sector of person with disability. Under the City Ordinance number 47 of Series 2017 entails that every 128 there should be a person with disability desk as well as Person with Disability Committee under the leadership of our Punong Barangay. And in this way, also one of the fruit of this assessment using the Disability Inclusion Scorecard is the creation of the Executive number 83 series of 2024, wherein we created the Local Council on Disability Affairs, wherein it's a combination of both the national and local agencies together with the organization of persons with disability from the barangay level to the district level and to the Federation of Persons with Disabilities, as well as to the existing organizations being operated in the city.
So just a follow-up question before Engineer Charles. Okay. So since we already have an office which you represent, how does your office, how do you term this, influence designs in infrastructures or social programs? Because, for example, in infrastructure, when the engineer design a certain facility, they should integrate designs that will provide comfort to our PWDs. And in some social programs, like livelihood programs, they have to consider a special program for the PWDs.
Yeah, being a resilient hub city in the Philippines, we are the second resilient hub of the Philippines aside from Makati City, and also we are the first country and city using the disability inclusion scorecard in Asia. And with that, one of the mandate of our office is to make it sure the full implementation of the BP 344. That's why in coordination with our city council, we are now crafting a city ordinance aside from a resolution, the audit council committee, wherein it is a combination of both national and local, especially the leading agency in the implementation of BP 344, which is the Department of Public Works and City Building Architecture Office and City Engineering Office. With this, I think we can fully, or I hope and pray, that BP 344 is already 44 years in the making. And with the city vision of 2043, we hope that when we reach tomorrow, inclusivity is already there and accessibility is already there. So, yun po yung kan natin. And for the information through our office, in terms of livelihood, we also have the Orchidarium Cafe that is being operated and managed by Baguio City Person with Disability Cooperative by themselves. And we also coordinated with DOLE, so that's why we have DOLE assisted livelihood towards our person with disability, because we are making sure that every person with disability here in Baguio are not only a participants, but rather an empowered partner in all angle of their life, whether it is in terms of accessibility, in terms of being livable or creative.
Thank you.
Bids and Awards Committee of now. What we do is when we prepare the terms of reference, we now include a scorecard. And part of the scoring system for not just the design, but the implementation of the project is one on gender sensitivity, and the other is on universal design. So that's one thing which I can share, Dr. Aquino, that even without that ordinance, part of the systems, especially on the built system of the city, we now make sure that it's accessible and the designs are following universal design.
So there seems to be a checklist that needs to be followed, yeah. So, our Engineer Charles.
May I just add? The city has its own local disaster risk reduction management council, And part of that, we already involved Dr. Sam here. And it's not only the PWDs, we also involve the senior citizens, the other religious sectors, all of the marginalized sectors. They have a part, a voice when it comes to the RM councils. Because when it comes to the disaster management, it's an all-encompassing. So we include everybody. The PWDs no longer be as a vulnerable sector. We elevate them as our partners when it comes to responding.
Thank you. So I have a special question to Donna because, I mean, resiliency is not just about disaster. It's good that she already mentioned that because of the crisis created in the Gulf, they are now addressing the economic shocks of that situation. But in a larger or a broader sense, I know that Baguio City is very dependent, I mean, in terms of food security in the neighboring lowland and Benguet. So how will the city address? Because during the 1990 earthquake, the three major roads of the city were closed because of the landslide, and it was difficult to bring food into the city. So some grocery stores were actually ransacked because of that. So how is the city now addressing its food security issue?
Thank you, Sir Vic. I do not know if you were still in Baguio when the City Veterinary Office was expanded to become the City Veterinary and Agriculture Office. And since we are also doing our organizational development, we are talking about making it the City Urban Agriculture Office, because we want to make sure that urban agriculture is now would become one of the major industries in the city. This would solve our food security problem. But of course, one has to understand that we are one of the smallest cities in the Philippines, and we do not really have those spaces, lands that could be used for agricultural purposes. Besides, we have one of the most expensive lands in the city, and that means that there's this certain bias towards urban development to optimize the use of the land. So what we're doing right now is we use technology to make sure that we still satisfy food requirements, and that means that we now are incorporating vertical gardens. We are also talking about roof gardens because we have a lot of flat roofs in the city, and to use robotics even and AI when it comes to agricultural activities. So we are exploring all of that, and it's the CVOW that's already at the forefront of this undertaking.
Thank you. Maybe we can further collaborate on this because we also have a program on food system. Yeah. So since we already lack time, I will not be able to ask the audience to ask questions from our panelists, but they will be here. You can just approach them if you have any questions. So to our panelists, thank you for sharing your knowledge and the innovations being made in the city in terms of inclusivity. Thank you so much. I put you on the spot.
Once again, thank you to our speakers, Architect Donna, Engineer Charles, Dr. Samuel, and of course our moderator, Sir Vic, for actually grounding us in critical roles of local leadership. But now we move to our next session. Inclusive governance in practice, integrating vulnerable voices into local climate action. And as emphasized in our discussions yesterday, inclusion cannot remain a principle alone. It must be reflected in how decisions are made, whose voices are heard, and how communities are engaged. This session invites us to look more closely at the barriers faced by vulnerable sectors and, more importantly, the pathways through which their voices can be meaningfully integrated into climate action and resilience planning. Guiding us throughout the discussion, we have Ms. Christian Jemmy Santos, the Senior Project Officer and Equitable Development Portfolio Focal Person. A round of applause for Ms. Jemmy.
Thanks so much, Manu. What a great first session we had, is that right? Very rich discussion, and hats off to the City Government of Baguio for all your resiliency, inclusivity efforts and initiatives that you were able to share with all our participants this morning. And so good morning, everyone. So I'm Jemmy, and welcome to our session on inclusive governance. In practice, integrating vulnerable voices into local climate action. So to begin, let's just have a quick reflection exercise. So if this represents you, just wave your hands in the air, both hands, or you can stand up just to move your body. So first off, I wanted to ask, when we talk about inclusive governance, we often say bringing everyone to the table. That is what we heard of yesterday. No one is left behind. So may I ask all of you here and all of you joining us online, how many of you feel that your current processes already ensure broad representation? So in your local government or in your organization, do you feel that your current processes right now are ensuring broad representation from all stakeholders? Can I see your hands raised in the air? If it's indeed representative of you, ayan, there's a lot of you here. So, and now, I'll ask you, how many of you are confident that those represented are also the most vulnerable and most affected? Can I see a show of hands? There are a few. Okay, few over at the back. So thank you for participating. So this simple reflection reminds us that inclusion is not only about numbers or representation, but about who is prioritized, whose voices are heard, and whose realities ultimately shape discussions and decisions. So climate change impacts are not experienced equally. We know that, right? And the most vulnerable, whether due to socioeconomic conditions, geography, age, gender, or ability, face the greatest risk, yet they remain underrepresented in decision-making processes. So this brings us to a critical question today. How do we move from simply having them at the table, inviting them in the discussion, but ensuring that their voices are meaningfully influencing the outcomes? So in this session, we will hear from practitioners working on inclusive climate governance and from local leaders who are translating these principles into action on the ground. So we hope this conversation encourages all of us to reflect not only on who participates, but on how participation is designed. So we will have a two-part way of the session. We'll have presenters at the first part, and I will invite panelists over to discuss, and we will have a meaningful conversation of how local inclusion is being implemented on the ground. So let me now introduce our first speaker. We are joined by Regine Andrea Palma, or Jean, who's joining us online, who currently serves as the Climate Adaptation and Resilience Advisor under the Resilient Urban Futures Program of the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group. In her previous capacity as the Senior Manager for Inclusive Climate Action, she led the strategy development and implementation of mainstreaming equitable and inclusive tools and institutional pathways for Jakarta, Kuala Lumpur, and Quezon City, and served as technical lead for the Regional Academy for Inclusion in Southeast Asia. Prior to C40, she worked on research and capacity building programs under various UN agencies, looking into intersections of the climate crisis, urban development, gender mainstreaming, migration, and the urban poor. She completed international planning and sustainable development at the University of Westminster, London. And today, we are so grateful that Jean is able to join us online. She will share insights on embedding inclusion into climate governance and city-level action. Jean?
Thank you
The
so
floor
much,
is yours.
Jenny.
Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you so much. All right, let me start. Good morning, and thank you for having me. I am Jean Palma, and I am the Climate Adaptation and Resilience Advisor under the Resilient Urban Futures program of C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group, and I am calling in from Metro Manila, the Philippines. As an identifier, I have black hair, and I am wearing a maroon dress. So if we could go to the first slide about C40, let me introduce our organization first. So C40 is a network of mayors of nearly 100 world-leading cities collaborating to deliver the urgent action needed right now to confront the climate crisis. We work with city governments on climate action, such as policy development, strategies, and mainstreaming. Later, I will share some examples of our work in Jakarta, Kuala Lumpur, and Quezon City. Next slide, please. So in doing climate action, we always begin with the why. If you could go to the next slide, please. Okay, there we go. So we ask why. Why do we do the things that we do? So let me pose this question. Why is it important to integrate equity and inclusion into climate action? Why is it important to bring together the technical climate science side and the social development and policy? So it's for a few reasons. First, the climate crisis. I'm sure you've heard this throughout the conference, but the climate crisis disproportionately impacts marginalized and vulnerable communities. The climate crisis, if not addressed, can bring over 100 million people into poverty globally per the United Nations. The urban poor live in more high-risk areas. Indigenous peoples are displaced and suffer traditional loss of livelihood. And women and the elderly suffer more health risks and even violence and are further burdened with caregiving duties. Second, climate action should contribute to climate justice. Marginalized groups have histories of being harmed and excluded, so we should strive not to do any further harm to them in doing our climate action. Third, cities should understand the root causes and drivers of risks and conditions. And last, in making climate action inclusive and equitable, we reduce the unintended consequences and build community trust, which is very important. So what does that mean? When we conduct or update our CIDRA, when we put in a new ordinance in place in our city governments, whether it's for solarization or flood control, or electric vehicles, our communities who have not had the chance to co-develop these programs and policies must be included in the process. Next slide. Now, we also have to ask who. We often hear vulnerable groups, but if we want to move towards systemic changes, we should be asking who are the most marginalized that we should bring into our climate action processes. Marginalized groups are those who are distanced from two things, power and resources, and they can be constructed as insignificant or peripheral on the side or less valued due to different factors. These factors include gender, race, age, religion, economic status, political groups, and so on. So for example, marginalized communities can include women, those identifying as the LGBTQIA+, racial and ethnic minorities, those with temporary jobs, migrants, the elderly, the youth, religious minorities, the urban poor, and indigenous peoples. We know the why and we know the who. Another question we ask is, how do we ensure these groups are engaged in city governance? So there are a few ways. For example, we can make an effort to reframe our view. So instead of vulnerable and marginalized communities, we can think partners and economic actors. We can engage with the wider range of communities in our cities and increase their participation. We also make an effort to involve groups who face adverse inequality. Another way is by conducting equity assessments, which systematically evaluates our climate actions. This process looks into the positive and negative impacts of policies and projects, and also the distribution of costs and benefits. Next slide, please. So I have limited time for this session, but so I'm not going to go through C40's entire inclusive frameworks, but for now I can share with you some of the resources that we developed and which have been tried and tested with our member cities. I recommend that the city leaders listening in visit the C40 Knowledge Hub at c40knowledgehub.org and access the tools such as our equity wheel, our playbooks on inclusive climate action, inclusive engagement and planning, equitable benefits, the guidebooks and case studies, and so on. Next slide, please. Now, let me share with you some examples of our work on inclusive climate action under the Climate Action Implementation Program, or UCAP-CAI. So first is our work on good green jobs in the informal sector, which we implemented in Quezon City. So Quezon City has always been a champion of inclusion, but at the beginning of our program, they set a goal to make inclusion more deliberate and aligned across departments. So in working towards a just transition, QC wanted to ensure that they had pathways to include informal communities who are challenged by invisibility, the lack of representation, access to decent jobs, and social protections. So what we did, we started by studying the existing executive orders in the city, and we endeavored to create a scoping study. We made sure that the process we undertook was inclusive, so we engaged informal groups. This included waste, construction, transport workers, home-based women workers, urban farmers, and vendors. We conducted focus groups and interviews with the city departments, NGOs, and partnered with people's organizations. And all of this resulted to a local definition of the city and what they call the kapitbahayan, or neighborhood hand-holding framework of good green jobs, which takes into account the criteria that respect an informal worker's lived reality. So for example, Quezon City now considers social protection coming from grassroots cooperatives instead of relying only on the formal programs from the national government. Another example, programs do not only address the needs of an informal worker, but provides for the women and the children in their family, the family of paleros. The framework integrates livelihood, training, and startup support and scholarships, prioritizing the out-of-school youth. Now, Quezon City has signed the resolution adopting the definition and the Good Green Jobs monitoring framework from this mainstreaming action. So if you would like to read more, you may browse our knowledge products report and also the city legislation. The resolution is uploaded on the C40 Knowledge Hub. So on this slide right now, you may use, there's a little short link at the lower right part of this slide. So you can use that bit.ly short link to access all of the work that went into Quezon City. Next slide. So for my second example, let's move to Jakarta and Kuala Lumpur. So at the start of our program, despite having environmental and social initiatives on the ground, both of these cities were challenged on how to integrate inclusion with climate action. So we started with the ICA needs assessments as a baseline and the goal of creating a mainstreaming tool so that both cities will be systematically guided to embed equity and inclusion into their projects, the planning cycle, and the budgeting processes. So we conducted citywide surveys and interviews to learn more about the staff understanding, the comprehension on what inclusive climate action meant to the city. So we engaged with kampungs or villages to better understand the nuances of what communities need in terms of fairer processes, the feedback that they give back to the city, and also the programs that are run by the city. So both Jakarta and Kuala Lumpur underwent technical ICA training workshops with the first draft of the ICA checklist, that is the mainstreaming tool, as an output. Several departments applied their learning to develop the checklist questions, which were iteratively refined and validated. and we contextualize the use of the checklist according to the local government structure and the planning cycle, so it would work for the city. So for example, in Jakarta, the checklist varies at different levels. It varies for, number one, the integrated district and sub-district Musrenbang. Musrenbang meaning the people's planning, that is an activity by the city. Number two, the city or the regency level Musrenbang. Three is our KPD or Tenja SKPD, meaning the city's annual work plan. And lastly, they have a checklist at the stage for monitoring, evaluation, and reporting. On the other hand, for Kuala Lumpur, the city created an administrative structure and utilized a matrix for accountability for different offices to implement the ICA checklist. So guidebooks for the use of the checklist were uploaded to the city platforms and are accessible to all the city staff. Next slide. For my last example, I will share about how we mainstreamed inclusive climate action as a basic competency in all of our 3 program cities, so Jakarta, Kuala Lumpur, and Quezon City. So this was quite a fun action. For this action, we worked closely with the human resources departments and the training centers of the city governments, and we aligned ICA training courses with the curriculum and the learning calendars of the cities to make the process inclusive and to make the modules relatable. We engaged with various city departments and communities to listen to their experiences, and from these experiences, use this as a basis for the storytelling, the case studies, the activities in the training. So for example, in Quezon City, we worked very closely with the barangay's elderly, women, community leaders who experience flooding multiple times a year. We integrated their disaster management orientedness with the newer knowledge on climate action. And then we also engaged several times with people with disabilities to ensure that the language, whether it was spoken, vernacular, or in sign language, properly explained ICA concepts and that materials were friendly and usable to the people. So all 3 cities have launched the ICA training as pioneers in their countries. We're very proud of that. For Kuala Lumpur and Jakarta, this is at the city level, but for Quezon City, they took it a step further. This is implemented both at the city and the barangay levels. Assets, including all of the ICA training modules, the flip charts, facilitator manuals, posters, character cards to make the training fun, have been turned over and are already being piloted or implemented in the 2026 training calendars. So those are my 3 examples, and as a summary, all of these mainstreaming actions have integrated inclusive climate action pathways across departments and operations and have provided legislation, tools, capacity, and adequate guidance for city governments to continue implementation. So I will end here now, and thank you so much for listening. I will turn back over to the ICLEI team, back to Jen. Thank you.
Mainstreaming inclusive climate action in your C40 cities. Thank you so much. Jean will still be with us during our panel discussion, but I'll go straight, or if anyone has any burning questions for Jean at the moment, or you could wait at the panel discussion. Anyone here in the room? Okay, if none, so we'll save that for our panel discussion. Thanks again, Jean. So we'll go straight to our next presenter. Our next speaker brings a strong community and youth-led perspective on inclusive governance and climate action. We are joined by Raymart Rael Garcia, a barangay kagawad of Barangay Commonwealth, Quezon City, and a master's degree student in community development at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. She has also completed leadership fellowships with the University of Nebraska at Omaha and the Asian Institute of Management. Rael is a recognized leader in inclusive and innovative community initiatives with multiple awards from the Galing Pook Foundation, the Department of Social Welfare and Development, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and the National Youth Commission, particularly for her work on environmental sustainability, youth empowerment, and resilience building. Through her initiatives, she continues to advance inclusive governance, climate resilience, and community-driven development at the local level. We have Ryle here today who will share Rescue C Food Basket, a Barangay Commonwealth initiative. Please allow me, and let's all give her a round of applause.
So yun, before I start, I would just like to say thank you to the organizations that brought me here, Project Cape, Sir Billy, and the rest of the team, thank you. And to all the organization and the partners that created this program, thank you for having me here. And to our neighbor countries here and online from the Southeast Asian countries, good morning everyone. Welcome to the Philippines in Baguio City. So, good day everyone. I am Honorable Raymart Garcia, or you can call me Ryle. I am a Barangay Kagawad or Councilor in Barangay Commonwealth, Quezon City. And I am also the Program Officer of the Rescue Seafood Basket Program. Today, I will share to you, or all of you, how a simple youth movement became a model in inclusive governance and climate action, and how we fought involuntary hunger and malnutrition while we championing environmental protection. So our barangay, or Barangay Commonwealth, is the largest barangay in the Philippines. The previous speaker said that Baguio City has a 300 to 400,000 residents. Also, our barangay have 300 to 400,000 residents. Yeah, ganun siya kalaki. With that comes a big challenge because we are a huge barangay. Every day, tons of food are wasted in our local markets, like vegetable, fruits, and goods that are still safe to eat, but they are thrown away. At the same time, many families in our community, especially children, experiencing hunger and malnutrition. So we ask ourselves, how can hunger and food waste exist at the same time? And beyond that, this is also a climate issue. Because when food waste goes to landfills, it produces methane. Methane is a harmful greenhouse gas that contributes to our climate crisis. And as always, it is the most vulnerable, the poor, the children, and the marginalized communities who suffer the most. So the problem was clear. Food waste, hunger, and climate change are interconnected, and they are required a community-driven solution. That is why we introduced to you our program. This is how the Rescue Seafood Basket was born. The first food bank and rescued food facility, barangay and youth-led in the Philippines. So Rescue C is a youth-led community-driven initiative that rescues surplus food and redistribute to those who in need in the most. But more than a program, it is a movement of participation and inclusion. First, we work with market vendors who donated us surplus food. Second, we work with youth volunteers who collect, sort, and repack all the rescued food. Third, the community members who cook and distribute the meals. Lastly, our urban farmers who exchange produce through our system or through our project called Rescue Worms Vermicomposting. And what makes it powerful is the community is not just a beneficiary. In this project, they are co-creators of the solution. We gave space for voices that are often unheard. Youth, local income families, farmers, They are part of decision making. Because true governance is not just about programs. It's about people having a voice in shaping solution. So Rescue C Food Basket Program is not only addressing hunger, it is also building climate resilience. First, we reduce food waste by diverting it from landfills. Second, we transform unusable food into vermicast, an organic fertilizer, our project called Rescue Vermicomposting. These projects support our urban farmers, helping them grow food sustainability and strengthen local food system in our barangay. Third, during the disaster, we activate our Rescue Kitchen on Disaster. So the Rescue C Food Bank provides immediate food and support when communities are most vulnerable, especially when it comes in disaster. So from waste, we create food. From food, we create sustainability. And from sustainability, we build resilience. This is how climate action becomes real, local, and inclusive, especially in our barangay. So, what works and what can be replicated? So here are the key lessons and scalable model that I think you can learn from us. So through our journey, we learned important lessons. First, solution must start from the community, not from the top. The community itself is the one who created the project, especially the youth of Barangay Commonwealth. Second, inclusion is not optional. It's essential. So it should be essential to every communities that everyone should participate and should be partners in problem solving when it comes to the problem of facing by the community. Third, partnership makes small idea grow into sustainable system. And lastly, youth are not just leaders of tomorrow, they are leaders of today. Our model is simple, but it is scalable. Any community can start with what they have and what they are. And I would like to end with this. We may not change the whole world, but we can change the world for one person. And when community comes together, that one person's become movement. So with that, we are the Rescue C Food Basket Program team. Together, let's combat involuntary hunger and malnutrition while championing environmental protection. Together, let's save our food, let's save our future. Maraming salamat po.
Thanks so much, Ryle, for sharing your initiative on Rescue C, giving us a reminder that some of the most important solutions are already happening quietly at the local level, and that through community-led, involving all different stakeholders, especially young people, catalyzes this community-led place-based innovation. So at this point, to deepen our discussion, we've heard from Jean, from Ryle. I will now invite our CIRA Leadership Program Fellows as our local government panelists to join Jean and Ryle in this panel discussion. So let me introduce them one by one. I'd like to call Engineer Milady N. Azur, Head Engineer of the City Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office. She's a geodetic engineer and an environmental planner, holding a master's degree in crisis and disaster risk management, and has been in the field of disaster risk management and climate change adaptation since her stint at the City Planning and Development in 2016 until now. To join Engineer Milady, I also ask Ms. Sheila Montezor from the Research and Planning Division of City Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office of Antipolo City. She holds a bachelor's degree in psychology from the University of Rizal System Morong Campus, and in her role in the CDRRMO in Antipolo City, she is actively involved in formulation, updating, and enhancement of their local disaster risk reduction and management plan. She has also contributed in the annual investment plan of the city, strategic planning, and resource allocation for disaster resilience and initiatives. Finally, our last panelist to join us on stage is Ms. Adrian R. Arquiliano, Executive Assistant to the Mayor of San Francisco, providing critical support in administrative coordination, public communications, and policy implementation. Known for her attention to detail and commitment to public service, she plays a central role in ensuring smooth operation of the mayor's daily schedule and strategic priorities. Ms. Adrian is also the daughter of Mayor Alfredo A. Arquiliano Jr. Despite the familiar connection, she has earned the respect of colleagues and community members alike for her professionalism, integrity, and strong work ethic. Her position within the mayor's office is grounded in merit and driven by a deep dedication to serving the people of our municipality. So let's give them a round of applause as they come up to the stage for our panel discussion. May I also ask an additional seat for Ryle, who will also join us on stage. Yes. And Jean will be joining us online. Please. Great to have powerhouse ladies here on stage, and Jean from Zoom. Let's give them a round of applause. We're so excited for this conversation, and we're so excited to hear about local government's perspective in terms of inclusive governance, and of course, Ryle leading the community-based youth-led innovation, and Jean working with local government. So let's go straight to our question for our local government representatives here on stage. We wanted to ask this core question for all of you, and Jean and Ryle, please feel free to also share your insights about this. But we want to ask, how can local governments intentionally design processes that ensure meaningful participation of marginalized groups, and by identifying who is missing, enabling community-led planning, and addressing barriers such as language, accessibility, and culture? So anyone from our panel, you're free to start. Yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Engineer Ladi. Yes.
From the perspective of Legazpi City, in terms of disaster risk reduction, we are targeting the vulnerable groups because they are the ones at risk to the effects of disasters and their respective secondary effects. So when we talk about vulnerable groups, we are meaning to engage with, we have pre-identified vulnerable sectors, those that are coming from the sectors of women and girls, children and youth, solo parents, households with low income, informal settlers, fisher folks, farmers, pregnant and lactating, and then our ethnic groups. Kasi yung naturality sa local government is that we only tend to have single count of vulnerable groups. We want to inject particularly the intersectionality of these groups. Kasi yung gusto naming malaman yung vulnerability overlays. So yung hindi lang, baka kasi merong PWD, pero solo parent din pala siya. Head of the family din pala siya. Member din pala siya ng household with low income. So these are dynamics that can affect our preemptive evacuation. For example, bakit natatagalan siya pumunta sa evacuation center? For example. So yun po yung yung reason namin for targeting these groups. But then again, actually this is part of our capstone for the ICLEI SIRA program. We want to determine the overlaying vulnerabilities so that we can give the appropriate and focused interventions to facilitate yung early warning system and DRR aspect of the city.
Thanks so much, Engineer Laddie, for sharing the intersectionalities of how you operationalize your inclusive participation and sharing that experience in your project. Maybe we shift to Ms. Adrienne. In your island context, how do you ensure that geographically hard-to-reach communities within Camotes Island is ensured of inclusive participation in your planning processes? Please go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. The municipality of San Francisco's implementation of the PUROC system is a strong example of how decentralized, community-based governance can make participation more meaningful, especially for vulnerable groups, because each PUROC functions as a small neighborhood cluster. With its own leadership, the system brings governance closer to people's daily lives. Its key aspects are also faster information dissemination during typhoons or evacuations. It has stronger preparedness because the PUROC leaders know which residents are elderly, pregnant, living alone, PWD, or otherwise vulnerable, making early warning and evacuation more effective. It also brings greater grassroots participation, community ownership, and better environment and social programs. The PUROC leaders are also volunteers. So with this, we instill a strong volunteerism in our community. What makes this especially effective is that participants are localized, familiar, and continuous, not limited to formal municipal meetings. The PUROC system helps ensure that even people who are often excluded from decision-making have a voice in their community. Through the PUROC system, we're able to raise community awareness and understanding of the Sendai framework for the risk reduction by bringing disaster preparedness and risk reduction discussions directly to local governance. Another key strength of our PUROC system in San Francisco is the presence of PUROC coordinators who serve as vital links between neighborhood clusters and the municipal government. This structure makes governance more participatory because it does not stop at consultation. It creates a system where local voices are continuously heard, elevated, and translated into action. Recently, the youth of San Francisco participated in Bloomberg Philanthropies Youth Climate Action Fund, where young people identified climate-related challenges in their communities and designed projects to help address them. With the support from Bloomberg, they received funding to turn their ideas into reality. An initiative strongly aligns with the municipality's commitment to meaningful youth engagement and climate action. A culture of resilience is at the heart of what the community in San Francisco strives to build. By involving the youth early, the local government and communities are nurturing a strong sense of ownership, responsibility, and an active participation in climate action. Through PUROC system, young people are not just passive recipients of information. They are encouraged to take part in environmental programs, disaster preparedness activities, and community initiatives. This strengthens community solidarity and volunteerism, and it instills the value of protecting natural resources. While the actions of an island municipality may seem small in a global climate change, these local efforts are deeply meaningful. They create visible change within the community and foster shared responsibility of accomplishment. More importantly, they plant the values of climate change resilience in the minds of the young generation. With this, San Francisco is helping shape future leaders who will carry forward a genuine love for their community, a commitment to sustainability, and a passion to protect the island that we call home for the future generations to come. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ms. Adrian, for sharing that unique island context in Camotes Island. So you can see it's multi-generational, from Purok leaders to young people. Thank you. And let's go back to local government and Antipolo, where I am also a resident of. Ms. Sheila here will share with us an initiative that's being implemented and is ongoing implementation. So take it away, Ms. Sheila.
Thank you, Ms. Jemmy. So one key realization for us is that participation does not begin during the consultation itself, but it starts with earlier, and it is with intentional preparation. So from there, we made deliberate efforts to ensure representation from the vulnerable sectors. So that includes elderly, women, youth, and climate-exposed communities. And in our case, we explicitly highlighted that in our invitation for the Town Hall COP. And before conducting the actual Town Hall COP, our team from the LGU Antipolo actually carried out a participatory transect walk. So for us, this step is very important because instead of just purely relying on reports and assumptions, we immerse ourselves in the community for us to see, or for us to personally observe the daily heat conditions and realities on the ground. And through this process, we also were able to gather not only data, but insights from the actual community itself. And it allowed us to better understand the challenges that they face and ensure that their voices are already being considered even before the formal engagement. And also, this activity helped us design a more meaningful Town Hall COP. During the session, we presented photos of the observations from the transect walk, and what we noticed was that the participants were more engaged because they could see their own communities reflected in the discussion. It created a stronger connection and encouraged them to actively participate and share their own perspectives. At the same time, we also made sure that our approach is inclusive. So we used simple and accessible language. We also were mindful of their different needs, and we also created a space wherein they were able to comfortably speak, or they felt comfortable to speak. And for the whole site visit and the Town Hall COP, this experience actually highlights that meaningful participation is not just about inviting people to attend, but it is about intentionally creating processes where communities are seen, heard, and involved from the very beginning. And it is from the ground level immersion to inclusive invitations and to participatory discussions. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ms. Sheila, for sharing that initiative and how you successfully brought your underrepresented groups into that town hall space and that consultation. And I was there to witness that as well. So let's go back to Jean here, who's joining us online. Jean, maybe you can share your experience across your work working with cities. What institutional mechanisms have proven most effective in embedding equity, inclusion into urban climate action?
Sure. Thank you so much, Dami. I think there's an echo again. Okay. All right. So maybe what we're hearing a lot from the panel is that there has been so much work that has gone into hearing voices on the ground and making things participative. So let me answer your question. Your question was, how can local government intentionally design inclusion in programs for city governments? I'm going to build on the answer of Engineer Laddie because she already talked about targeting vulnerable groups and looking into intersectionality. I think if we really want to intentionally design inclusion, we have to make it more, we have to make inclusion more systematic. So for example, we already know who are the vulnerable groups in our cities, in our barangays, in our kampungs. We have to take it a step further, not just engaging them, not just making, activities more meaningful for them and engaging them iteratively, but we have to know their needs. So how to do this is conducting a needs and equity assessment. And we have to think about conducting this kind of activity as something more technical. So let me make a parallel for city governments. For larger infrastructure projects, we have to go through the EIA, the environmental impact assessment, before we can pass anything, before we can fund anything. It's the same for when we say we need to do inclusion systematically. So what are those needs? And that should be giving cities a basis for what are we actually funding? What are we actually programming? And who are benefiting from all of this? So this needs and equity assessment can actually answer what are the impacts of your ordinance, of a program, of a project to these vulnerable communities? What are the benefits that they are getting? They are not just being involved, but what is in it for them? So I'm coming from a climate example. If we say, in Quezon City, this is something I've heard a lot. If we were wanting to pass a green building code or an ordinance, for an informal community, what do they get out of that? Is it more cost? They have to buy more LED lights. Can they actually afford a solar panel? So what is a benefit that's coming to them? What is a green job that can help them with their economic status? So it has to be that systematic before we move into inclusive planning. And maybe at the end of the day, to complete that systems approach and thinking, is we budget intentionally. So there is accountability. So if we are able to program inclusively, we know who communities who have roles, we are able to check how much funding went to women, how much funding went to urban poor. So it is not just reactive, it is not just the usual engagement, but there's a system that goes on in a cycle. It gets into the process of planning, and it is intentional for a city government and beyond the politics, the changes of mayors and local leaders. So I think I'll pause there. Back to you, Jamie, and the panel.
So much, Jean, for sharing that. Yeah, we definitely agree. Inclusion should be approached systematically and sharing for that experience. Now we go to Rael over here. At the community level, what practical approaches have worked for you? And maybe you can expound on Rescue C very briefly again. How do you think local governments can also support such initiatives at the community level?
Yes, what I've shared earlier in our experience in our barangay or in a small communities in Quezon City, we start in the bottom, not in the top. So in that process, we will make sure that all target groups or vulnerable or marginalized groups are included in our program. And also in the Rescue C program, like what I've said earlier, that inclusivity is not an option. It should be essential when we are creating projects and programs, especially in the local government unit. So I think also the one that also unique in our project, we also open opportunities for the youth to become leaders of their communities. The Rescue C was a youth-led initiative. That is why I think it's a very good example for the future leaders, especially in the government, that we can invest in the youth because they are not just leaders of tomorrow, but also they are leaders of today's. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Rael. And thank you so much to our panelists for sharing your insights on how inclusivity should be systematic across all levels in local governance. Now, at this point, I open the floor for questions here in the audience, or even all of us joining us online. If you have any questions or comments or even similar reflections, please keep it brief. State your name and your organization. Thank you.
All right. Good morning to all. I'm Rowan from WWF Philippines. My question is for Ryle. Quick, we have projects for no plastic in nature in Quezon City, in Bagong Silangan. So, though you are from Commonwealth, in your presentation, I saw the food waste diverted from landfill. So, it's not for WWF, it's not about the food waste, but also plastic and many more. So, I just wanted to know how is your practices in diverting the food waste in Commonwealth, and also if you have add lang, pero kung limited siya doon sa topic, feel free to defer my question. If you have initiative on diverting plastics pollution into landfill also. Thank you.
So, thank you. Actually, neighbor barangay po namin yung Bagong Silangan. So, about non-biodegradable waste like plastic, we all know that QC have an ordinance na bawal ang plastic sa QC. So, if you know, sir, the senior citizen birthday package, the Bayong, it came from our barangay. We are producing that. We have livelihood programs for solo parents and also women in our barangay. They are creating Bayong. And in our barangay, we are urging all the vendors to, or all the residents of our barangay to use Bayong to eliminate single-use of plastic. We are also launched a project in ResQC. It's called Barter Tayo, plastic bottle kapalit ng Bayong. So if they had a hard time to buy Bayong, they can collect plastic bottles, and in exchange, we will exchange it into a Bayong to make them to use in markets and also in other necessities that can help them to use the Bayong. So that is one of the initiatives about non-biodegradable waste that practicing in our barangay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions on the floor? I saw one first, and then you'll go ahead. Please kindly state your name, your organization, keep the question brief. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Ita Shadia from Baguio City, Indonesia. I would like to address the question to Ms. Regine or other speakers related to. Oh, okay. I would like to address the question to Ms. Regine or other speakers who related to the question about budgetary commitment and defining success. Are there specific percentages of local climate budget earmarked for initiative directly led or by or designed for vulnerable groups? And then the second question is, what metrics are used to evaluate successful inclusion? Does it go beyond counting a person in the room who in the room to measuring actual improvements to the quality of life and resilience of these groups? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jean, I think the question is directed to you. Please feel free to...
Jenny, for the benefit of Jean as well, I would like to repeat the question just in case. The first question, ma'am is asking, are there specific percentages of local climate budgets earmarked for initiatives directly led or designed for vulnerable groups? And the second question is, what metrics are used to evaluate successful inclusion? Does it go beyond counting heads in a room to measuring actual improvements in the quality of life and resilience of these groups?
Thank you, ma'am, for your question.
All right, thank you so much for reading the question. Ma'am from Bogor, Assalamualaikum. So let me answer your first question. Are there specific percentage of the climate budget for vulnerable groups? This is actually dependent on the city. So having worked, for example, in Jakarta, which is closer to your home, an answer I could provide is similar to the concept of climate tagging. So for example, if we are looking into a budget of a city and we know X percent, for example, a program is broken down into several projects to achieve a certain outcome, the usual way we do monitoring, evaluation, reporting, if this is tagged, for example, we know how much of this budget goes to climate. Similarly, it is the way you can tag a budget to be able to determine how much of your budget actually addresses the needs of any vulnerable or marginalized group. This can be X% goes to migrants, X% goes to women, X% goes to children. So that is something that a city can actually track and set a specific percentage on. So it will, the percentage will depend on the local laws of the country. And for your second question, it's about the metrics for successful inclusion. I would answer yes. It goes beyond just counting the heads of some of, an engagement or an activity with the community or the city government. But I would answer this from a more maybe systemic approach. It's actually about defining and identifying inclusive indicators, because if we want to be able to address quality of life, a city government wants to be able to say, yes, this group has improved economically from being in the urban poor, having more jobs and graduating to having, upskilling and finding jobs and having more green jobs, for example. Those inclusive indicators that you set in your planning activities will be very important so that you can track this, monitor, track this, and evaluate, in your program and in your planning cycles later on. And you can do this, and you can also apply this to the different groups that are identified to be more marginalized. So I will pause there, and I hope that answered your question.
To have water all year round, and their garden, in their community garden, it used to be, their harvest used to be just something that they could supply for their own household, but because they have water all year round, they have enough harvest that they could actually sell it to our public market, and with that, it turned into a livelihood. So as much as possible, our municipality is looking for financial institutions or NGOs that we could collaborate with and make our dreams a reality. And one of them also was the Bloomberg's Youth Climate Action Fund, where we got funds and the youth were able to make projects with the funds that they got. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Last question over there. Apologies, we're pressed with time, but we'll take one more question. And I know everyone joining us online, you also have questions. So we'll consolidate them and we'll just provide some feedback later on after the event. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, so I'm Jasmine Ko from Hong Kong. Carbon Carino Lab is an NGO in Hong Kong. My question is more towards the local government, especially Sheila and Adrian. Anyway, so it's about trust, building trust in local community on behalf of a local government. So given that I can be very upfront that my local government doesn't, most of the time, sometimes doesn't really have good relationship with the citizens. So my question is on how do you strategically build relationship? When Sheila, you mentioned in Antipolo, it's about engaging them before the consultation period. So like informally or whatever way. And Adrian, you also mentioned that there's some kind of system that someone add on a bridge between the neighborhood and also the government. So I wonder, like, what is the strategy for you to build that kind of linkage and relationship? Thank you.
So actually, before we conducted the participatory, participatory Transect walk, we have the Urban Settlement and Development Office. So they're the ones handling the homeowners associations and the communities. So we actually coordinated with them first so that they can call the pilot communities where we will be conducting our capstone project. And then from there, during the Transect walk, we actually communicated with them, we talked with them and got their insights about their HOA. So we were able to gather those data. And then during the town hall COP, we presented it to them. And then from there, we also got their perspectives. I mean, we analyzed the data. After analyzing the data, we still wanted to get their insights about the data we have gathered. And then they also gave us perspectives, insights, and additional opinions on what projects they would wanted to conduct in their respective homeowners associations or communities, because these people know the ins and outs of their place. So it is really important for us to get also their perspective so that we can create programs that will fit in their community itself. Thank you.
And Engineer Ladi,
For Legazpi City, and in terms of our capstone project, we engaged with the vulnerable sectors early on. Actually, we engaged with them during the town hall COP to validate the challenges and issues and problems regarding the inclusivity of our early warning system. And the results of that assessment indeed validated our pre-identified problems and challenges. So to engage with them fully, to eradicate tokenism, so we plan to engage with them throughout the engagement and development cycle. So for this capstone project, we will be engaging with them from the design phase to the implementation, monitoring, evaluation, and learning phases. So it will be a series of workshops and engagements with the 11 pre-identified vulnerable sectors. Legazpi City has more than 40 civil society organizations accredited, and more than half of that are also recognized CSOs. So these are the groups that we engage with usually in our development planning process. So ensuring that they are into it right from the start up to the finish, and even into the possible expansion of the project is ensured through this engagement. Thank you.
And Ma'am Adrian would like to, say
When our mayor actually started developing the Purok system, it was such a big challenge. There was community resistance, political opposition, but it's very unfortunate that it took a super typhoon for them to actually believe in the system. It was after Typhoon Yolanda or Typhoon Haiyan that they understood that being in a close-knit community, it's a lot easier for evacuations, disaster preparedness. We were hit by the eye of the storm. That was in 2013, November. And days before the typhoon actually hit, the evacuations were very easy. The mayor didn't need to go to the island. There's a little island off the coast of the mainland, which is 5 minutes away. It's called Tulang Diot. There's about 500 households in that community. And there wasn't even like a meeting beforehand because people already knew. We've been doing disaster drills, we've been advocating to-go bags or what do's and don'ts during a typhoon. And it was because of Yolanda that they understood the importance of disaster preparedness and early evacuation and early warning systems. And Through that, there is more trust between the government and the community, and they finally understood that the well-being of the community will always be the #1 priority of our municipality.
Thank you to everyone here in our panel. Unfortunately, we don't have much time, but again, a round of applause to our panelists. As we close this session, several insights clearly emerge. First off, from Jean's presentation, we know that inclusive climate action, when institutionalized in policy, system, training, and everyday governance, as seen in the experience of Quezon City, Jakarta, and Kuala Lumpur, and also with community-led initiatives like RescueC, we see that it's not only through big policies, but also support in everyday experiments, like what you did in your barangay. And of course, to our local government representatives here, you really play a pivotal role and you champion inclusivity in your systems in the local government, being intentional and ensuring that it is sustained in its effectiveness. So again, a round of applause to our panelists. What a privilege to join you here on stage. And to everyone here, I hope you had fun with our conversation and you're inspired to also do this in your own local government. So we hope this conversation moves beyond this space. Feel free to approach our panelists who are present here or connect with Jean right after our conference. So again, maraming salamat po. Thank you, everyone.
We would like to invite our panelists for a photo opportunity as well. Please stay in front. Photo opportunity. Do we still have Jean online? Or yes, Jean, may we invite you as well for a photo opportunity? All right, thank you so much, ladies, for that insightful discussion. And once again, let's give it up for Honorable Ryle, Ms. Sheila, Ms. Jean, Engineer Milari, Ms. Adrian, and of course, our moderator, Ms. Jemmy. Maraming salamat. And now we move forward to our next session, and we turn our attention to a fundamental dimension of resilience, which is housing. Titled Building Resilient Homes for All, Advancing Inclusive and Climate Resilient Housing. This session explores how safe, accessible, and climate-responsive housing is essential not only for protection, but for dignity and equity. As we consider resilience at the household level, we are reminded that the ability to withstand and recover from climate risks begin where people live. To guide this important discussion, allow me to introduce our session moderator, the Regional Program Manager of ICLEI Southeast Asia, Ms. May Valdez-Irong. A round of applause.
Thank you, Manu. So, good morning, everyone. For this panel session, we will be doing it in a panel discussion format, so that we will have more time for Q&A and we won't go over time. Okay, so good morning again. On behalf of ICLEI Southeast Asia, welcome to the session, Building Resilient Homes and Communities for All, Advancing Inclusive and Climate Resilient Settlements. Housing is more than shelter. It is safety, dignity, and stability. Yet for many communities, especially the most vulnerable, housing is also where climate risks are most acutely felt. Floodwaters enter homes, heat becomes unbearable, storms destroy livelihoods overnight. So the question we ask today is, how do we ensure that resilience begins at home and that no one is left behind? This means rethinking housing not only as infrastructure, but as social Environmental and Governance Challenge. I'm pleased to introduce to you our distinguished panelists. First, we have the Honorable Mylene Rivera, Assistant Secretary of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. Is ICLEI online? She will be joining online.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I can hear you. I hope I'm clear.
Good morning, ICLEI. So just to introduce to you, Assistant Secretary Mylene A. Rivera, ENP, CESO 3, is the Assistant Secretary of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, or DSUD. A seasoned environmental planner, she previously led the Environmental, Land Use, and Urban Planning and Development Bureau. She is a key figure in advancing sustainable urban development and climate-resilient housing in the Philippines. ASEC Rivera often represents the country in international forums, such as UN Habitat sessions, focusing on the new urban agenda. Locally, she spearheads strategic partnerships and policy workshops to modernize land use planning and enhance the technical competencies of local government units nationwide. Let's give a round of applause to ASEC Rivera.
Good morning, everybody. I hope I am coming here.
Yes, you're audible, ICLEI. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning to those in Baguio City, as long as also to those joining us online, not all over the world, no? Okay, so I have a
Sorry
few
to cut you,
slides.
ICLEI. We will be doing the session in a panel format. So after the round of introduction, we will go to your presentation. You'll be the first one to answer.
All right.
Thank you. Is our next panelist online, Jam? Architect, okay. So we're supposed to be joined by Architect Ronel Discara from the Beagle State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, but he informed us that he has an emergency and may not be able to attend. Our next panelist is from the University of Hong Kong. He is Professor Joshua Bolchover. Professor Joshua Bolchover is an architect and professor at the University of Hong Kong. His work focuses on innovating design strategies in sites undergoing rapid transformation. From 2007, he set up Rural Urban Framework with John Lin as a platform for design research. In 2020, he set up District Development Unit to scale up impact initiatives. His work has been acquired by MOMA, the CCA, and MPI US. Recent exhibitions include the Venice Biennial, the Milan Triennial, and the Lisbon Architectural Triennial. He has written 3 books: Becoming Urban, The Mongolian City of Nomads in 2023, Border Ecologies, Hong Kong's Mainland Frontier in 2017, and Rural Urban Framework, Transforming the Chinese Countryside in 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Professor Bolchover, who is also joining us online. Good morning, Professor Bolchover.
Morning. Thanks for having me.
Okay, and our last panelist is Architect Emeline E. Bermundo. I would like to invite you on stage, Ma'am Ems. She is a licensed architect and community development specialist with 16 years of experience addressing housing and land tenure in fragile urban environments. Currently, with the Technical Assistance Movement for People and Environment, or TAMPE, she has worked across the private sector, government, and academia to champion community architecture. Her work emphasizes participatory processes in settlement design and management to empower marginalized populations. She is currently completing a Master in Community Development at UP Diliman. As co-principal investigator for the CLEAR Rurbanize project, she leads research into adaptation strategies for vulnerable communities facing rapid urbanization. Her career remains dedicated to building resilient, inclusive spaces through social advocacy and technical expertise. She will be joined by Ms. Jane and Ms. Virgie. I would ask them to introduce themselves. Ma'am Jane and Ma'am Virgie. Ayan. Ayan. So, I will ask you to introduce yourself, ma'am. Please state your name and your organization.
Hello. Hello po, good morning po. Ako po si Virginia Ripana po. Yung organization po namin, United Libis Homeowners Association, sa Valenzuela po.
Salamat po. Si Ate Jane naman po.
Good morning. I'm Mary Jane Sarmiento from Bicol region, and my community is Kasidhay. This is a rural area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ate Jane. Later on, we will hear from them their experiences regarding making settlements more resilient. So, without further ado, let's start the discussion. Let us begin with the realities on the ground. So, for question number 1, this is for Asek Rivera. Asek Rivera, what are the key climate risks affecting housing in your communities, and who is most vulnerable?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, Asek Ma, you're audible po.
Okay. When you talk about climate risk, what's happening, with climate change, that it amplifies existing structural vulnerabilities, in our housing systems while introducing new exposure patterns. So what happens? Change that hazards are intensified. What's happening in the Philippines is that now we have stronger typhoons. We even have Category 5 typhoons coming in the last decade. Heavier flooding, extreme heat, and rising sea levels. And what happens? It damages not just homes but the entire communities. The communities are put at risk. And second, climate risks overloads our urban systems. Batay binabaha because for instance, our drainage systems are designed for a 25-year return period. But what's happening now with climate change? This is because of the heavier flooding, our drainage system fails. Our water supply is disrupted, and when power goes out, housing stops being livable, even if the structure is still standing. It affects also the health and habitability of our communities, of our houses. Andyan yung heat stress, yung poor ventilation, flooding and contamination, that are making our homes unsafe, especially for the most vulnerable. Unfortunately, when you talk about climate risk, those who are most at risk or most affected are the vulnerable communities. Those who live in danger areas, those who have poor quality housing, they are most affected by this climate risk. And this results to a deepening inequality. So climate change is actually turning housing vulnerability into a systemic issue. So in short, risk is no longer just about where we build, but whether our settlements can withstand continuous and compounding shocks. Back to you.
Vulnerabilities of communities, and it's becoming a systemic issue. But what about housing and settlements? I give this question to Prof. Bolchover. The question of how is climate change increasing risks to housing? And at the same vein, if we're talking about resilience, What makes housing truly climate resilient? Over to you, Prof. Volchover.
Thank you very much for the question. I hope this is visible to you, the screen, because I think the best way to answer your question is through a few examples. Can everyone see this and hear me clearly? Yeah? Okay, great. Great. Sorry for the, I wish I could be there in the room with you. It'd make things a lot more easy, but thank you very much for the invitation. And let me get right to it. So I'm a professor of architecture, but I also run an impact enterprise called District Development Unit, where our focus is really to engage in how do we build settlements that are more climate resilient. We've been focusing on issues to do with rapid urbanization, climate adaptation, and disaster risk in a series of countries close or to our hub based in Hong Kong. So within just a 5-hour radius of where we are in Hong Kong, approximately 321 million people actually live in unsustainable and inadequate communities vulnerable to climate risk. And this is really our focus. Our focus is on delivering affordable housing, community infrastructure, and health and education projects. And we've been working in Mongolia, in rural China, in Nepal, and also in the Philippines most recently. What makes our approach unique is wherever we work somewhere, it's important that we understand the situation. We understand the specifics of the climate and the communities in which we work. We believe in piloting. We need to pilot a project in order to make sure that it works. We evaluate it, we verify it, and once we've concluded that verification process, we move towards scaling up. In this way, we can guarantee that we can deliver sustainable and healthy communities. Wherever we work, we set up a network of local experts. It's clear there's expertise on the ground, and we form collaborative teams in order to deliver the impact that we are all working towards. So working within that network of groups, wherever we work in the Philippines, whether it's Nepal or Mongolia. So just to give you a sample of the types of issues and projects that we're engaging with very quickly. So looking at Mongolia, there are around 840,000 people right in the capital city, which do not have access to running water or infrastructure. They have to collect water every day from what these kind of water kiosks, which very much operate like petrol pumps. This is the scale of the sprawl of these districts, and you can see none of these houses have any infrastructure laid in terms of sewaging or in running water. And during the winter, to stay warm, because it's -30 in Mongolia, residents have to burn up to 4 tons of coal to stay warm, which results in very detrimental air pollution in the city. So when we approached this site, not only did we understand the constraints and the issues, but we moved towards thinking about how can residents upgrade their plots and their settlements by themselves. So how do we create a kind of what we call an in situ upgrading strategy so that they can improve their houses, move towards energy efficiency, burn less coal to stay warm, and also have those infrastructural connections. We started this with a pilot project. This we call the GER plugin 3.0, and it taps into the existing vernacular traditional tent, the GER that all Mongolians have. It provides the GER with everything it doesn't have, so running water and infrastructure. And because of affordability, we created a model of housing that could be built in stages. So this idea of having an incremental, affordable housing strategy was really key to our approach. This is the pilot. We built the pilot, a family lived in it, and we proved that we had energy efficiency. We got them off coal, which affected and impacted the residents. There was more time for work, more time for school for those inhabitants. So how can we begin to scale this up? How do we build communities? So one of the issues is not just thinking about the house and solving the issue of the house itself, but how do we actually build more climate resilient communities by baking into it ideas of public spaces, greenery, and controls of rainwater and collection of grey water. So how do we begin to scale and think about delivering that impact across that community? Shifting very quickly to Nepal, a very different context, but one that is, of course, at risk in terms of earthquakes. We looked into the housing shortage after the 2015 earthquake, and we saw that people were building in this way, very tall, thin towers, which actually are now representing a future climate and seismic risk should there be another earthquake. So our idea is to come up with an alternative model of housing, which can actually help residents that have not built to create a kind of more secure form of housing. Our idea is to reuse the bricks from the demolition sites, build them up and create a housing model which performs better environmentally with more airflow into that building and the use of less carbon. This is our model as an infill site using this strategy for reinforced masonry and lightweight floors to create a housing model that more responds to the traditional heritage found in this location. It's key that we work with residents and we get buy-in from the community. We've been working with Lumanti Community Group for Shelter, and we've actually helped these residents get access to design of their homes so that they can construct a more resilient form of housing in the future. Again, we look to scaling. All the red sites you see here are people that even after 10 years have not yet rebuilt their homes after the earthquake. Shifting over to something that's more familiar with you, how do we learn some of the lessons from these other sites, and how do we approach some of the specific issues found in the Philippines? We've been working on two approaches, one for more rural areas. This is a collaboration with Base Baha'i and the Hilti Foundation, and we're looking to create a new housing model using their form of bamboo cement construction. Base Baha'i have developed this unique construction system. They have a forest of bamboo, they have a treatment center, and they create these prefabricated affordable cement panels. They build over 800 homes each year, and this is the type of community that gets delivered. Our approach was to say, how can we improve upon this? How can we improve upon the housing and also the public spaces provision within the site? Again, how can a house contribute to the formation of a community? So we changed the design, we shifted the wall, we changed the angle, and this enabled us to create different settlement patterns. So not just rows and rows of housing, but different settlement patterns which would foster and encourage the creation of community spaces. Here you see how we've tested this idea to create these pockets of community gardens, playground spaces, and shared facilities for the community. This was generated just by changing the wall design. This is it under construction using their system, and this is how the project is being built currently in Batangas. Each house is still around $8,700, and the construction time is around 14 days with unskilled labor. So using their system of prefabrication, we're trying to set in motion a kind of scalable model that can deliver not only resilient housing, but also resilient communities. We've also looked at more urban areas and how do we try and learn from the lessons of Mongolia and Nepal to come up with an in situ model, a housing strategy that could be built within an informal settlement. This June and July, we're about to build a model house for this family. This is in Cavite, in Naik and Cavite, to try and set up a house type which could be incremental and used as a scalable prototype. The idea, of course, risk resilient has to come first. It has to be sturdy and robust, but we're also keen that it can collect water and provide ventilation within the community itself. So this is our initial idea for an in situ model, and this is the model that we're going to build in Naic. The idea, it has a very robust structural frame, which is open, and then over time, we can add the cement bamboo panels to create a kind of incremental design strategy. This allows the resident to build when they can afford to, but also creates the opportunity for revenues such as a small shop below, so it can expand over time. We want to utilize the materials that are found that are local to the site, nothing new, nothing so fancy that's not affordable, but just using the materials that are readily available on site. So this is our strategy, and we will be building and piloting this summer. So to conclude, all our projects are about delivering impact, not only at the scale of the environment, but also how to improve economy and material, and also the health and education of residents. So thank you for that and for this opportunity to present our work. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bolchover. So, climate resilient houses, my takeaway from your presentation is that it should be designed in a way that's suitable for its geographic context so that it would be durable in the face of risks that we encounter. And as much as possible, use local resources and design it in a way that really optimizes the use of its surroundings. Because a resilient home would really depend on how resilient the community is, the surrounding community. Thank you very much for that. And please stay for, I'm sure there will be questions from our audience. We have in-person participation from delegates from Hong Kong and Nepal, so they might be interested to ask you later on. Our next question is for Architect Bermudo. The question is, how is climate change increasing risks to housing and settlements, and what makes housing truly climate resilient? So here's
PowerPoint. Thank you, May, and good morning, everyone. So for this, actually to answer the question, I'll be presenting something, something that can explain further about climate resilience. So for this presentation, it's about building community resilience to advance inclusive and climate resilient housing. This is actually based on some of the insights that we have gathered through a research project that we are doing right now, and which is called Urbanize, Building Resilience in the Context of Rapid Urbanization, a View from Informal Settlements in the Philippines. This particular project is actually a participatory action research, and its aim is to strengthen the effective responses and capacities of vulnerable communities in the Philippines in the face of the worsening impacts of climate change, and in the context of rapid urbanization, with the acknowledgement of the lived experiences of the residents in the community. And this is largely based on the practices of the Homeless People's Federation Philippines. So for this project, we actually work with various organizations and partners. So we have consortium, which is composed of civil society organizations and academics, and we also work with communities across the Philippines, which are basically from National Capital Region, Iloilo City, Mandaue City, Davao City, and Kidapawan City in Mindanao. And these communities are actually members of HPFPI, and Ate Virgie and Ate Jane are they are actually part of those two of of the 7 communities that we are working with. Yeah. Okay, so I think this part will actually answer the question. So in this study, we actually it is actually highlighted that communities, their main objective is to achieve the security of tenure. And in this context, in order for them to achieve security of tenure, they have to, there are specific aspects that they still have to consider. So like land, housing, economy or livelihood, and then infrastructure, policies concerning land and housing, and then organization and leadership. And then in this, and then when we talk about disaster risk, climate change, considering all the considering its effect and impacts, this actually affects all these different components. And then that adds up to the barrier for these communities to be able to achieve for them to be secure in terms of tenure as well as building resilience. So why do vulnerable groups face greater housing risk? One factor that affects them is actually the affordability. Basically, building houses is not cheap. And because of that, this all leads to poor, weak, or inappropriate building materials, non-compliance to design standards, and partly also due to lack of understanding of potential risks, and then unaffordable land prices. So basically, you also can't build houses without having land. So these are actually connected to each other. We need to address first the land issue before we can also achieve we can have housing solutions. Yeah. And then another thing is the inaccessibility to financing mechanisms due to tedious process and requirements. If there is any mechanism that the communities can access, it's usually limited. And then also the inadequate code enforcement. So like for example, in the implementation of building codes, the lack of monitoring to ensure that the regulation is being followed, as well as the question in terms of the qualification and capacities of those who enforce this. There's also a mismatch of policies with existing capacities of vulnerable groups. So, for example, with regards to application for building permits, which is also needed for them to be able to build their houses, there is always an expectation that everyone can afford it. So there are fees, they are required to avail for the services of professionals. And then if you have limited budget for housing, how do you think will they be able to still afford all those other requirements? So I think that's also something that we have to look at. And also the lack of political will, as well as the political leadership changes. So in the context of the Philippines, the political leaders have term limits. And there might be some leaders who are also supportive of the initiatives of the communities, but once their term is over, it's not assured that the next administration will be able to support their priorities as well as the agendas of the communities, because there might be some changes with their own priorities and agendas. So those are parts of the things that add up to the vulnerabilities of the informal communities in the Philippines. Yeah. And no, sorry. Okay. Okay, so how can policies ensure that resilient housing solutions are inclusive and affordable? So one is to provide spaces for people to participate in design, planning, implementation, and decision-making. Because overall, these people are actually the end users, not the professionals, not the government officials, but the community residents. So they should have a voice in the overall process. And then also to recognize and promote alternative building materials. So I think in one of the presentation, it was mentioned about the use of bamboo and bricks. Also, so we can also use other forms of materials that are also available in the localities. Also to ensure adequate code enforcement. So for example, there should be substantial monitoring system. And also, we should also ensure that those who are enforcing this are qualified and has the capacities and skills to do it. And also advocate for multi-stakeholder engagements and partnership. Because in this kind of situation, it's not just a problem for the community. And also, they also have a realization that this kind of concern is something that they cannot address by themselves. So it's also important for other stakeholders to get involved. And there should be an alignment of policies with existing conditions and capacities of vulnerable groups, and connect it with their lived realities, and then also create context-based solutions. So in this sense, we don't expect that there should be a one-time fits all size, or like one size fits all some solution. So it should be modifiable, and also it should be connected to the needs and priorities of the communities. So yeah, that's all. That's all for now.
Okay. Thank you, Architect Bermudo, for sharing those insights. We will give an opportunity for questions later on, especially now that we have Ms. Jane and Ms. Virgie here with us. You can direct your questions to them also regarding their lived experiences and their engagements with the Urbanized project. But before that, we'll ask a question directed to ASEC Mylene Rivera. And if you have, because I've seen you have a presentation slide earlier, ma'am, so please feel free to share it if you deem that it would help illustrate your answer better. The question is this: what are the existing policies and governance mechanisms needed to support inclusive, climate-resilient housing and human settlements, and how can these be strengthened?
Okay. Let me proceed to the second slide, because I just wanted to highlight that when you talk about resilient housing, we don't just talk about the strength of the house, but we talk about the entire system, the human settlements, the strength of the house cannot compensate for poor location and settlement design, because when development is allowed in high-risk areas or in places disconnected from jobs and livelihood, we are not just exposed to risk. We are actually shaping it. That's why in the Philippines, there's now a shift in our perspective from individual housing alone into human settlements as a system. When you talk about human settlements, it's not just a collection of houses. It is a system of land and location, structure and mobility, services and livelihood, the environment, including governance, and this is the system that determines whether people are safe, productive, and resilient. And this must work for all, not just for some. We also recognize that systems are interconnected. So when flooding happens, it doesn't only affect housing, it disrupts transport, water, energy, and livelihood. So a significant part of resilience is determined actually even before construction begins, through land use decisions. Across countries, the principle is clear. Risk must be addressed before it is built into the system. So in the Philippines, we operationalize this through the Climate and Disaster Risk Assessment, or what we call CIDRA. This tool is both a mechanism, a process, and a tool. It helps local government to identify hazards, understand who and where and what is at risk, and translate this risk into land use decisions. Once risk is understood, the next step now is to shape development. So land use determines where to build, and urban design determines how communities function under stress. So when we talk about resilient settlements, this is built through spatial efficiency, meaning you look at compact connected development that reduces cost and improve access. We are now promoting nature-based solutions, to protect our rivers, wetlands, and open spaces as natural buffers. And recently, we have issued policies on climate-responsive designs or resilient urban designs, to ensure that the development responds to the climate risks that we are facing, heat, flooding, and all other local environmental conditions. So together, this shifts us from reacting to disasters to reducing risks through planning. So across countries, one challenge remains. We have plans, but the problem is the development does not always follow them. This gap between planning and reality is where vulnerability continues to grow. And this is not only a technical issue, it is a governance issue. Because land use outcomes are shaped by real-world pressures. You have markets, political decisions, and sometimes weak enforcement. Fails not because we lack plans, but because we fail to follow them. So in the Philippines, what we're doing now is we are strengthening this whole process from identifying risk to making decisions and ensuring implementation. So to support this, we have recently developed a planning platform, which we call Plan Smart for Sustainable Human Settlements. This tool, it supports local government in land use planning by integrating hazard, environment, and population data, generating risk-informed analysis, and it helps local government prepare their land use plans and zoning ordinances. But better decisions are not enough. So to address this, we are also strengthening land use monitoring. Through a tool we also developed, which we call AutoCam. We use satellite data and spatial analysis to track actual development and compare it with approved plans. So we can see clearly whether we are on track. Because in the end, plans only matter if they are followed. So at its core, it's all about accountability, as what our earlier speaker said, Because without accountability, plans remain to be intentions. And this matters not only for safety, but also for public resources. So risk that is not addressed in planning often returns as reconstruction costs, right? Infrastructure loss and fiscal strain. So all of this point to a broader shift from planning as a mere document to planning as a continuous system, a system that connects planning, data monitoring, and enforcement so that plans actually shape outcomes. Because resilience requires more than good plans, it requires systems that make those plans work. And I just wanted to add, resilience is not just about systems, it is about people, The most vulnerable communities are often in high-risk areas. As I have earlier mentioned, they are disconnected from services, excluded from decisions. So resilience must also mean access to safe land, access to opportunity, and participation in planning. So let me end here. Thank you.
ASEC, Mike, that's really a good statement that resilience does not end with plans. It is systems that work that make resilience happen, not just the plans. So we need to link together the plans, the enforcement, and the monitoring. That's very relevant for our in-person delegates right now from the local government units who are mostly from the planning department and the DRRM department. I'm sure they will be asking questions later on, but I would just like to, and we would be opening the questions, the floor to questions after this one, okay? So if you have questions, just raise your hand, we will give you the mic. But this last question is for anyone to answer, any one of the panelists. And maybe more relevant for the Urbanized project. The question is, how can community-led approaches contribute to more resilient and inclusive housing solutions? And how can communities be empowered as co-creators of housing solutions rather than passive beneficiaries? So ito po, Ma'am Jane and Ma'am Virgie, ang tanong namin sa inyo, bilang parte ng komunidad, paano ba kayo magiging kabahagi ng proseso na gusto natin maging mas resilient yung inyong komunidad, yung mga bahay ninyo, paano po kayo makakasali at ano po yung pamamaraan na makakatulong para mas mapadali yung inyong pagsali sa mga prosesong ito?
Hi, good morning po. Sa karanasan po namin bilang isang community, na lahat kami ay farmer at nakatira sa lugar na kung saan ang hazard ay nandoon. Bagyo, lahat po ng nararanasan natin noon, landslide, nandun po lahat yan sa amin. Pagbaha, ang ginawa po namin kasi bilang mga farmer, pag dinaanan na kami ng bagyo, napakahirap po sa amin ang kabuhayan. Which is, in-assess po namin yung ano ba sa mga produkto namin ang pwede namin gawing livelihood, not just livelihood, but become a sustainable livelihood. Para po makatulong sa aming economy, sa community. Hindi lang po kasi unahin ang resilient or housing resilient. Siguro po, tao muna yung maging resilient. And then, nakita po namin ang housing is kailangan na namin. Yun po, bumuo kami at nabuo po itong housing initiative namin mula sa pagbili ng lupa and sa pagpoproseso nito sa savings program na itinuro sa amin ng Homeless People's Federation. Yun po ang naging approach namin, na mag-continuous savings, based din po na hindi kami masyadong nahirapan kasi mayroon kaming na-identified na livelihood namin na pagkukunan namin ng aming kabuhayan.
Okay, so
Thank you po.
So yun po, Ate Jane, kailangan pag maging resilient yung tao. So resilience must start at the individual level. They need to improve their livelihood opportunities through more sustainable forms of livelihood and microfinance for them to be able to afford housing. Thank you very much, Ma'am Virgie. Ma'am Jane, kayo naman po.
Magkaiba po yung ano namin. Kasi yung sa amin po, nakatayo na po yung mga housing namin po doon. Pero wala po, hindi, as in, nagtayo po kami na walang kasiguraduhan pa. So yung ginawa namin, nag-savings nga kami kasi ano nga kami sa homeless, sa HPFPI. Nag-savings po kami para mabili po namin yung lupa po namin. Ngayon po, na-acquire na po namin yung lupa namin. So ngayon, yung ginagawa po namin ngayon, kasalukuyan po kami may reblocking sa tulong po ng DPWH. So lahat po ng bahay namin tinamaan, kagaya ng bahay ko, tinamaan po ng kalsada. So yung natira ng bahay ko, 1/4 na lang. So, yung reblocking, pag tinamaan yung bahay ko, itatayo nila, sagot nila. So, wala nang tibay. Kung ano yung tinamaan, kunyari, ano lang, hindi siya concrete na ano, yun lang ang ibabalik nila. So, yun yung problema namin kasi mayroon, dahil okay na yung sa ano ng reblocking namin, so yung mga bahay namin, hindi na siya as in matibay na. Wala na, yung iba, isa na lang ang poste, yung iba, as in, ano na, ang ginawa namin, mayroon kaming partnership. Ngayon, tinutulungan kami ng Tampay kasi mayroon kaming housing loan ngayon sa social housing. Yun yung problem naman namin ngayon, yung barrier nga. Dahil para maging resilient yung community namin, nahihirapan kami sa mga requirements. Sa dami ng requirements, yun po yung nagiging ano namin sa community.
Okay, so one of the major challenge they have experienced is compliance with the requirements because there are many requirements that they need to submit. But it was a very big help for them to have access to community savings programs, loans, and which is why we highlight the importance of this context-specific mechanisms for them so they can be able to afford housing. Okay, maraming salamat po. Now, the floor is open to questions. Sino pa? Ayan, si Architect Bukton from Ginoog City. And please go ahead, sir.
Good morning. I'm Architect Jason Roy Bukton from LGU Hingoog. I'd like to quote one of our resource persons from the homeowners, and she had just mentioned, tao muna dapat ang unang maging resilient. So it has to be people-centered. We have to make the community, the people, to be resilient. Having said that, I'd like to raise this question to my fellow architects within the panel. I forgot the name of our panelist online. What is the measure of building a resilient home? It's a simple question. I know I've been looking at your previous slides, but how can we summarize that in order for us to have a general context of if we can measure it? How do we identify that truly we call it as a resilient home? Thank you very much.
Okay, so Ma'am Ems, would you like to answer?
Okay. Well, basically, with regards to what we do in terms of building resilience, it's actually not too focused on the structure itself. We start with building the community as well as understanding the different layers of vulnerabilities in the community, and also capacitating the members of the community. So there is a lot of work in terms of organizing, providing social preparations for the members of the community. Because once we start, because for us, we consider resilience as the community can be able to implement as a project. For example, a housing project. Once they understand that this is what's the importance of this project for them. So it has to be processed with the community, and then they should understand why there is a need for them to capacitate themselves, understand the different risks, and why there is also a need for them to understand all the different policies, codes that also relates to how they can build a more stronger structure in their settlements. So yeah, so that's actually what I can say.
Thank you, Ma'am Ems. Prof. Bolchover, would you like to add on that?
Sure, absolutely. I completely agree that community resilience is absolutely key, and to get buy-in from the community is one aspect to nurture resilience. However, I think if we think about resilience, it's really about withstanding change, right? And equipping the community, but also the hardware, the infrastructure, the housing, those community spaces, so they're robust enough to withstand the challenges that might impact them. So from our case, we're very much making sure that if we're going to build something and the little money that is available needs to be put to good use, that means whatever we build has to withstand, flood, inundation, high strong winds, earthquakes, and needs to be robust. Actually, what we found in our research in the communities was not just the big events, right? Not just the typhoons, but almost on a kind of monthly basis, people were faced with water inundation, water coming into their homes, which would create damaging, We just need to prevent this basic stuff. In order to be robust, we need to make sure that water doesn't get in. We need to make sure that the structure is strong and can withstand heavy wind loads. And we need to make sure that there's ventilation and light entering those buildings so that they're healthy environments in which to raise one's family. So I agree with the community aspect, but just we need to make sure whatever we build is going to last too. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Bolchover. Any other questions from the floor or online?
We have questions online, but do we have other questions here inside the hall? Anyone? Okay. As we wait for other questions here, we have a question from Albino Aliado. How can governance frameworks effectively integrate land use, infrastructure, and social services to ensure that resilient housing translates into overall resilient communities? I would like to repeat the question. How can governance frameworks effectively integrate land use, infrastructure, and social services to ensure that resilient housing translates into overall resilient communities?
Okay, may we direct that question to ASEC Rivera?
And I earlier mentioned that the challenge really is not just planning, but the implementation and enforcement, no? Because we talk about governance frameworks, there are existing frameworks, governance frameworks in place that integrates all of this, no? Again, it's a question of alignment, of implementation of the policies, programs, and activities of national, local government agencies, including horizontal and vertical implementation. But I think very key here is the role of the local government. No, local governments are supposed to plan, prepare a what we call a local shelter plan that's supposed to identify what is the need for housing, who needs it most, no? What are their affordability? What are the resources available in the local government? And come up with an action plan that connects the plans to actual implementation, to actual financing. Okay, so I think we have enough frameworks, we have enough policies, no, but the important thing is there is a commitment on the part of the local government to really implement their plans, no, and making sure that the community themselves, the beneficiaries, are not treated as beneficiaries but are partners in the planning and development process, no. So I think that should be the shift, no, from treating people as beneficiaries to partners in local development planning and implementation. Because as we have earlier mentioned, we're not just housing is not just the structures itself; it's the entire community, no. It includes not just the physical structures, but we talk about livelihood, the social services, no, the environment, no. So what we wanted to build are not when you talk about resilience, it's not just strong houses, no, not individual houses, but a strong community that can withstand all forms of shocks, including changes.
Rivera. So we emphasize again the importance of resilience is not just, you know, what we build, but how it interacts with the systems surrounding it, whether it's social and environmental. And we need to do this in such that we are co-designing these things with the people. Okay, people-centered approach. Ayan. Any other questions?
We have one question right here.
Okay, please go ahead.
Sharon Pawid po from the local government of the municipality of Trinidad. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to address my question to ASEC. I've been in government for such a long time, and we have always been mandated to prepare our local housing plans, identify spaces for socialized housing, etc., etc. What I, for example, experience in my duties and responsibilities is who is in charge of housing when it comes to the local government. We have identified, for example, in disaster management, a particular office for disaster. We have in several agencies also for environment, for social welfare, but there is no particular office identified to take charge of housing concerns. Most often than not, there are finger-pointing activities that are happening in the local government because nobody wants to take that mandate. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, so the question is who is in charge for the housing? Asek Mai, would you like to answer the question?
Yes. Well, it's a challenge for many local government units because in reality, there's always a shortage in terms of manpower. We would want our recommendation is for the local government to create a local housing office, even a local housing board from the local development council. Separate from the local development council, there should be a board that should local housing plans, and then there's a local housing office that should be implementing these plans. But we have to be realistic, no? In many LGUs, they do not have the capability to create that office, no? So I think it's important that in the interim, no, if the local government cannot assign at least a single person or a group of people to be to function as local housing office, I think it's important for the LGU to designate, no, whether regardless of who that office is, who will double as a local housing office. It can be from the MPDO, or it can be from the RRM, so long as they're very clear, the deliverables of those people are very clear, you know. So it's important that there is a warm body that would actually implement the housing projects. But before that we talk about implementation, it's important that housing is part of the local development agenda. Okay? So because really, if it's not part of the priorities of the local government, you'll not be able to really come up with housing projects that will be responsive to the needs of the community. Sorry, we cannot hear you.
Okay, so with that, we will close our panel for this morning. And to conclude, we leave you with 3 key takeaways. Resilience starts at the person, at the individual level. And design matters. When we're building homes, we're building communities, we need to factor in considerations about its suitability given the risks it faces and all the available resources surrounding them. And resilience is not just having good plans alone, but creating systems for how these plans will be enforced and implemented. With that, we thank our panelists. Thank you very much, Asek Rivera, Prof. Bolchuver, and Ma'am Ems, Ate Virgie and Ate Jane. Maraming salamat po. And good afternoon to all.
On that note, we would also like to request the photo opportunity with all our panelists. Please stay on stage. Asek and Professor, hope you could still join us for a photo opportunity. Maybe we could have Miss Mary Jane and Miss Virginia at the other side. Doon po tayo sa kabila para tig-dalawa. Once again, thank you to all our speakers, ASEC Mylene, Prof. Joshua, Architect Emmeline, Miss Mary Jane, Miss Virginia, the Urbanize Project, and of course our moderator, Miss May. Let's all give them a round of applause for that very forward-looking discussion. And at this point, we will be breaking for lunch. So may we invite everyone to proceed to the designated dining area. Just like yesterday, we have 3 tables for queuing. And we will resume promptly for our afternoon sessions. Thank you, and we look forward to continuing our conversations later this afternoon. As we queue for lunch, for the study tour later, we have transportation available going to the Baguio Convention and Cultural Center, where the Smart City Command Center and Siglat Youth Innovation Hub are located. We start leaving here at 3 p.m. and the tour will be until 4:30 to 5 p.m. For the local governments involved in the SIRA project, the 28 people from the Philippine local governments, the 4 people from the Indonesia local governments, and 6 people from the Nepal local governments, and the ICLEI staff present here, you will have your vans to transport you to the center, then to your hotels. For the rest who are not part of the aforementioned group, please indicate your interest to join the study tour by signing up at the registration area outside. Please sign up by 1 p.m. because we are finalizing the transportation arrangements. Again, for the local governments involved in the SIRA project, the 28 people from the Philippine local governments, the 4 people from the Indonesia local governments, and 6 people from the Nepal local governments, the ICLEI staff present here, you will have your vans to transport you to the center, then to your hotels. For the rest who are not part of the aforementioned group, please indicate your interest to join the study tour by signing up at the registration area outside. Make sure to sign up by 1 p.m. because again, we are finalizing the transportation arrangements. Thank you. As we savor our lunch, again, for the study tour later, we have transportation available going to the Baguio Convention and Cultural Center, where the Smart City Command Center and ICLEI Youth Innovation Hub are located. We start leaving here at 3 p.m. and the tour will be until 4:30 or 5 p.m. For the local governments involved in the SIRA project, the 28 people from the Philippine local governments, the 4 people from the Indonesia local governments, and 6 people from the Nepal local governments and the ICLEI staff present here, you will have your vans to transport you to the center, then back to your hotels. For the rest who are not part of the aforementioned group, please indicate your interest to join the study tour by signing up at the registration area outside. Please sign up by 1 p.m. because we are finalizing the transportation arrangements. Thank you.
Ngayon ko lang natunan yun. Test. Hello everyone, I hope you're all enjoying your lunch. Again, for the study tour later at 3 p.m., we leave the venue at 3 p.m. to head to the Baguio Convention and Cultural Center, where the Smart City Command Center and Siglat Youth Innovation Hub are located. That tour will be around until 4:30 to 5 p.m., depending on the discussions that will be had at the tour. Again, if you are not involved in the CIRA project, if you are not part of the CIRA local governments, if you are not part of the ICLEI staff, you will have to register your intent to join the study tour. The registration sheet is outside at the registration area. We'll give everyone until 1:10 p.m., 1:10 p.m. to sign up before we finalize the transportation arrangements. Thank you.
Adaptation strategies are likely and significantly to be sustainable, unlike when it is copy and paste. And why? You can only control what you own. So when the community are part of a project from the inception and they are integrated into all the ideas, they're likely to support it, they're likely to own it, they're likely to make it to be sustainable.
We don't have the beneficiaries involved in the co-creation process, then the co-producing becomes a problem. And also having them in the co-creation process gives them ownership, and ownership allows them to feel like it belongs to them. And now it builds the sustainability and the long-term solutions that we are trying to have in the project.
So, for example, indigenous knowledge from countries living in countries like SIGS, etc., and also like around the world, indigenous people, they have so much knowledge. They have a lot of spiritual connections to their lands, etc. So I think nature-based solution is a westernized concept where we as Africans also, we have always been close to nature and conservation. So I think Southern leadership is so important.
So this is one of the beauties of CLEI project in Africa and in Asia, because we are driving idea that it should be community possessed. And in doing that, we are laying emphasis on research communication and building empathy with victims of extreme events. Enough of crucifying them. Enough of saying, oh, informal settlers are bad. No, they are good. It is just for us to create a better environment for them, and we shouldn't do that without having their heritage being eroded.
Those who are bearing the brunt of climate change are those who are coming mostly from the south, especially small island developing states like Mauritius. So Southern leadership is very important, because we cannot solve the climate dilemma if we don't take into consideration their perspectives.
locally honed adaptation strategies are likely and significantly to be sustainable, unlike when it is copy and paste. And why? You can only control what you own. So when the community are part of a project from the inception and they are integrated into all the ideas, they're likely to support it, they're likely to own it, they're likely to make it to be sustainable.
We don't have the beneficiaries involved in the co-creation process, then the co-producing becomes a problem. And also having them in the co-creation process gives them ownership. And ownership allows them to feel like it belongs to them. And now it builds the sustainability and the long-term solutions that we're trying to have in the project.
So, for example, indigenous knowledge from countries living in countries like states, etc., and also like around the world, indigenous people they have so much knowledge. They have a lot of spiritual connections to their lands, etc. So I think nature-based solution is a westernized concept where we as Africans also we have always been close to nature and conservation. So I think Southern leadership is so important.
So this is one of the beauties of ICLEI projects in Africa and in Asia, because we are driving idea that it should be community possessed. And in doing that, we are laying emphasis on research communication and building empathy with victims of extreme events. Enough of crucifying them. Enough of saying, oh, informal settlers are bad. No, they are good. It is just for us to create a better environment for them, and we should do that without having their heritage being eroded.
Those who are bearing the brunt of climate change are those who are coming mostly from the south, especially small island developing states like Mauritius. So Southern leadership is very important because we cannot solve the climate dilemma if we don't take into consideration their perspectives.
Hi everyone. I hope you're enjoying your lunch. It's me again, Chris Uchiyama. So please just allow me to explain what you see on the screen now. Also for all the online participants, let me take this opportunity to explain this work that we are doing. So in collaboration with ICLEI, we are doing this kind of survey. And first of all, thank you so much for staying in, for being here. And we really would like to ask your support in answering this survey. You can see on the screen. So what's the purpose of this survey? So for everyone's familiarity and information, we would like to really understand how local governments, how do you approach disaster preparedness, and how do you approach urban resilience, especially in relation to flood risk, which we discussed yesterday, and in relation to urban heat. So how these are all connected with other policy areas such as planning, health, infrastructure, and governance. So in particular, we are really interested in your practical experiences, and then would like to know what helps, what prevents policy coordination across sectors, and how policies are updated. How do you update your policies? How do you revise them? And what kinds of data or indicator would be most useful for your work? So, any other thing I miss, Yuta? Yeah. Also, I forgot to say that all responses will be kept confidential, and we're going to share the report or the outcome, the responses to our collaborator, the ICLEI network, and hopefully it could be useful for the work that you're doing. Did I miss anything? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity, and all of your answers will be really appreciated. And I just wanted to kind of repeat, but there is a paper version, not only online version. So please feel free to approach us if there is any question or if you want to answer it using the paper version. Yeah, thank you so much.
Maraming salamat po.
Good afternoon, everyone. We hope you had a restful lunch. We now move into one of the most interactive segments of our program, the Peer Learning Labs. What works, what doesn't, and why. This session shifts the focus from theory to lived experience, creating space for participants to share practical insights from their own resilience initiatives. By examining both successes and challenges, we aim to uncover lessons that are not only relevant, but replicable across different contexts. So we encourage everyone to actively participate, engage in the dialogue, and take full advantage of this opportunity for peer-to-peer learning. And this encouragement extends to all our participants in the Zoom meeting as well. So if you have any questions or would you like to comment on anything during the panel discussion, please feel free to utilize our chat box. And of course, if we have any concerns or questions here inside the hall, please just raise your hand and I will be handing you microphones in a while. To guide us through the session, we have the project assistant of ICLEI Southeast Asia Secretariat, Mr. Gabriel Lorenzo Saifu. But before we actually begin the next panel session featuring the Sierra Project fellows from the Philippines, Nepal, and Indonesia, and what they have learned so far through the project, we would like to invite everyone to turn their attention to the screens for a video about the Town Hall COP conducted by Sierra Project fellows in the Philippines. A Town Hall COP is a community-led local climate dialogue modeled after the UN Climate Change Conferences, or COPs, to align local action with national and global climate goals. These events allow residents, youth, businesses, and local leaders to address community-specific issues while feeding results into national climate plans. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all watch this.
We as Filipinos and our country na usually talagang nadadaanan ng mga disasters, ganyan. We are top of the, one of the top of country na vulnerable po talaga. We experience unevenly experiencing yung effects ng mga disasters. So, mahalaga na makita natin yung mga totoong pangangailangan ng mga vulnerable groups. Mabigay at matapatan ng tamang serbisyo yung mga pangangailangan nila.
Ang tao hindi because of the potential hazards, but because of the living condition, yung economic, yung estado ng ekonomiya dun sa isang lugar. May mahahanap ka bang trabaho? Sapat ba yung kinikita mo sa isang lugar na yun? You were to ask me. Hindi hazards yung hahanapin ko, but sapat ba yung kikitain ko para sa pamilya ko dito sa lugar na to? Ganon. May mahahanap, marami bang trabaho sa lugar na to? May mahanap ba ako para lumipat ako dito sa isang area na to? Mas yun ang inuuna ng tao kaysa sa hazard talaga. Secondary na po yung hazard.
Kaya halos ng mga participant dyan, sir, ay nagtatrabaho lang sa public market. Talagang magkakayod kayo, iba, mga padjak na mga driver. Talagang kung hindi ka gumagalaw araw-araw, kung wala kang mabibili pagdating ng hapon, ipakain mo sa iyong pamilya at sa bukas. So we always engage in the community and we involve all the sectors, lalong na po, we have training, skills training, kahit na yung mga PWD, kahit senior citizen sila, kasi may mga bagay na pwede nilang gawin. Yung wisdom nila sa community ay malaking tulong doon sa kanila. Lahat ng ginagawa natin, represented po lahat ng mga sektor po sa community para alam nila kung ano ang aksyon ng LGU at kung umaangat man yung LGU, dapat umaangat din ang tao. Hindi yung umaangat lang ang ilan ng mga sector in the community. The most especially is yung mga vulnerable sector in the community.
Marami-rami na rin ang na-appreciate at saka nakikilala na isinasama yung mga person with disabilities sa ganitong mga gatherings. Kasi even na mag-attend ka ng mga seminars o hindi lang yung mga program ba o ano sila ng mga laging kasama ang senior, pero nabubihayin lang talaga yung PWD. Kasi gusto ko rin marinig yung senior citizen at with PWD kasi kasama din kami sa mundo. Ganun lang naman yun. Kasi hindi ko naman ito ginagawa para lang sa akin. Yung mga new generation, hindi na lang sila maglilipihan.
We want to make sure that no one is left behind. Yun yung number one. Number two, we want also to gain local knowledge. Gusto namin itong i-partner doon sa scientific and technical knowledge that we have in the city para magkaroon tayo ng customized at saka effective na early warning system. Yun po. And pangatlo, as a result of the learnings that we had with the ICLEI SIRA project, yung capability building that we had undergone for many months, that is yung intersectionality. We want to address that, to include that in our assessment and evaluation para po sigurado kami na lahat taken into consideration and that we considered everyone up to the last mile. Diba? Yung hashtag early warnings for all.
Mahalaga na marinig yung totoong nararanasan nila para makapagbigay tayo ng mas tama at angkop na mga programa or proyekto na tatapat sa mga pangangailangan ng mga vulnerable groups natin.
The term is fundamentally fair, yon. By ensuring then that our policies are complementary to our local level plans and also fair siya to all, kasama lahat, inclusive, whether it is a women, children, elderly, or yung ating mga persons with disabilities. Dapat kasama po sila lahat. Dapat lagi po silang sinasama sa ating mga policies and plans.
Ayun. So thank you for that wonderful presentation prepared by our ICLEI team. Before we start with the panel discussion for today, for this afternoon, again, I'd like to acknowledge that, and I hope that everyone's able to watch and appreciate that short video production prepared by a team showcasing the various town hall COPs. And the town hall COP actually means communities of practice, which means it really puts at the center of its objectives the considerations for inclusion of vulnerable communities. So it's also one of the main deliverables that was assigned to our SIRA fellows, many of which are present here today, under the Socially Inclusive Leadership Program, which was held last year for a period of around 5 months, which started around, I think, August or September up to December of last year. So it also aims to feed into the capstone project proposals that they've been developing over the past months and will be presenting in tomorrow's parallel sessions. Shown in the video, I'd like to acknowledge that shown in the video were 4 of the participating LGUs that were able to conduct their town hall COP, or communities of practice. These cities are Antipolo City, Hingoog City, Parañaque City, and Legazpi City, though there are still also many of the CIRA fellows that have made plans to conduct their town hall COPs, but sadly and unfortunately, we're just not able to meet the cutoff time in time for the international conference. But rest assured that we will be continuing our work with these LGUs under the CIRA program to keep developing these proposals and the agendas for these town hall COPs, so that again we can put them into action. All right. All right. So before we start with the panel entitled Peer Learning Labs, What Works, What Doesn't, and Why, before anything, I'd like to ask a simple question, or a few simple questions. First is, how many of us here have learned something valuable, not from a formal training, but from a colleague, maybe someone they've had a quick conversation with, a shared experience, or even a mistake that they openly talked about? So again, how many of us have learned something valuable in a casual setting, not in a formal setting? All right, I see a few hands here. Yes, definitely, I couldn't agree with you more. I also have learned in situations and talks with friends, colleagues, or any type of conversation like that. And I've learned and I've adapted that to my own daily life. Next question is, how many here have spoken to their colleagues in the same line of work, whether they're from a different city, from the national or regional government counterparts, or even at the barangay level? And how many of these people can say that they've taken some kind of inspiration from the others or their colleagues' best works or work practices? Could you raise your hands? Anyone here who has learned from their colleagues? Yeah, we have a lot of hands raised, right? So that, I believe, is the heart of peer learning. In our work across local government units and development organizations, this happens all the time. We exchange ideas, we converge approaches, and compare opinions, and adapt solutions based on real experiences on the ground. Our topic for the panel discussion today, again, is peer learning labs, what works, what does not work, and why. In this session, we'll be looking through the real experiences from resilience in climate work, and we are fortunate enough to have experienced speakers, many of which are directly involved with the CIRA program across the different countries that we have present. We will learn directly from their practical knowledge and lessons learned, not only throughout the program, but again, throughout their whole experience as local government leaders and local government employees. Together, we'll try to share real-life experiences, lessons, our understandings, theories, and ideas on why some approaches in work in certain places does not work, and identify what helps makes project succeed. We'll also aim, again, to bring to the surface practical lessons, asking what strategies can be shared or repeated in other places, in other contexts of the country or the city, and what common challenges or mistakes should we watch out for, and how can these lessons help us to improve how we design and implement our programs. So today we will explore peer learning labs, and we will answer 3 key questions: what works, what does not, and why. With that, let me kindly introduce our lineup of panelists for this afternoon. I'd like to welcome on the stage Architect Jason Roy Bukton. Architect Jason is a Filipino architect with over 13 years of experience in Dubai, contributing to major developments, and earning recognition as a finalist for Architect of the Year in 2019. He also demonstrated strong community leadership in Dubai and the Northern Emirates in his chairmanship from 2018 to 2020. Now based in Hingoog, now based in Hingoog, he serves as the Project Evaluation Officer for and heads the Project Monitoring and Evaluation Division of the CPDO, while contributing to resilience and sustainability efforts. Resilience and sustainability efforts through the City Development Council, TWG. He is the lead architect of key LGU projects such as the Bay, Hingoog, and Badiangon Water Park, ensuring spaces for people and the environment, and actively champions heritage and cultural initiatives highlighting Hingoog City's architectural heritage in the Higaonon IP communities, IP properties through the Kabilin exhibits. Again, we have here on stage Architect Jason. Next, I'd like to call on ENP Arnold B. Alarcon Jr. ENP Arnold is an urban planner and local development officer, leading land use planning, environmental management, and resilience-oriented city programs for Rojas City. He is the City Planning and Development Coordinator, as well as the current acting City Environment and Natural Resources Officer. A few of his notable accomplishments include his membership contribution towards the city planning team and behind the approved Rojas Comprehensive Land Use Plan and Zoning Ordinance of 2030. He also serves a vital role in concurrent planning and environmental roles, linking urban development, environmental governance, and implementation coordination. Associated with the strategic city projects, he is also associated with strategic city projects involving port rehabilitation, abattoir redevelopment, health facility planning, and road network coordination. And last but not least, he is also, of course, an advocate for climate resilience, sustainable land use, and public sector planning that strengthens livability and long-term environmental security. Once again, we have here, Sir ENP Arnold Alarcon Jr. Thank you. Following this, I'd like to call on one of our guest municipalities, one of our guests from the municipalities in Nepal, Dr. Raju Paudel. Dr. Raju is an urban development and environmental engineering professional with over 18 years of experience in municipal infrastructure, urban planning, and environmental management, with a strong focus on climate resilience and disaster risk reduction. He currently serves as the Senior Divisional Engineer and Head of the Planning and Infrastructure Development at Vias Municipality in Nepal, where he leads strategic planning, climate resilient infrastructure development, formulation and implementation of urban services, including water supply, sanitation, and solid waste management. His experience includes integrating climate and environmental safeguards, advancing disaster waste management, promoting sustainable and environmentally friendly urban systems, and supporting community-based disaster risk management initiatives. He holds a PhD in environmental engineering from Kyoto University, Japan, and a master's degree in urban engineering from the University of Tokyo, Japan, and has extensive experience working in international development partners such as ADB, the World Bank, JICA, and GIZ. Again, we would like to welcome Dr. Raju. Next up, I'd like to welcome to the stage one of our delegates from the Indonesian local governments, Ms. Noni Ageta. Ms. Noni is an engineer and planner currently serving as the head of economic infrastructure and regional development division at the Regional Development Research and Innovation Agency at Bontang City, East Kalimantan Province in Indonesia. With technical background and expertise in structural and water resources engineering, she leads planner team focused on economic and infrastructure city planning, as well as budgeting for the city's dedicated strategic programs such as flood control and management, road reconstruction, climate change adaptation action plans, slum upgrading, standard housing rehabilitation, waste management, and community economic empowerment programs. Again, we have here Ms. Noni Agueta. Thank you. Lastly, on our lineup of panelists, we'd like to call on Ms. Siti Nursanti Iriani. Yes. Ms. Irin serves as the head of infrastructure and regional development division for the Regional Development Planning Agency of Yogyakarta City. They support the head of the agency in carrying out the formulation, coordination, and evaluation of regional development planning policies in the infrastructure sector. They also provide vital support to related agencies in the formulation of their strategic and annual planning, conducting coordination and problem solving related to settlement, housing, wastewater management, and disasters. She carries professional training experience such from various distinguished institutions such as the Advanced International Training Program held by the Swedish International Center for Local Democracy in 2022, as well as the Water Utility Regulation Approaches short course held in the Australia Awards Indonesia program in 2024. Once again, to complete our seats for the panel discussion, we have Ms. Erin. Sorry. With everyone seated up on stage, I believe we have quite a lineup of panelists to engage us with a very meaningful discussion on their experiences at the local level of government. Without further ado, let's start with the first of our 5 questions. So I'd rather stand here so I can have my laptop open here. But first question we have here is, much like what was said by one of our speakers today, we know and understand that our lines of work are not in a bubble or an island, in that it takes a village, or in a literal sense, it takes a whole city or a municipality to implement climate and resilience initiatives at the local level. For the first question, you may choose to answer one of the two questions here. So the questions are, why is peer learning important for advancing resilience and climate action? And second is, how can we create safe spaces to discuss what factors of a project did or did not work? So we'll go down the line here. So these slides that we have presented here are going to be directly from Nepal, but we'll go down the line here from Architect Jason. So without slides, go ahead, sir. You can answer the first question.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank ICLEI. Thank you for this opportunity. Why is it important? It is important because it is a platform for learning. It's a platform for consultation. And we need to make sure that the community is involved with any learning activities or programs. So that's about it. Thank you. Thank you, Gab.
Thank you, Architect Jason. Yes, again, the importance of peer learning, and just that the community must be involved. And like what Dr. Aquino said earlier, right? Nothing about us without us. I believe that, of course, applies to persons with disabilities, but I believe that also still applies to most of the vulnerable communities we have around. Yes. Next to answer is ENP Arnold.
I think peer learning is important because we all know that resilience and climate action is everyone's business. No, it is not just my business. So these are the times that we cannot say, mind your own business. No, we are all connected, whether we like it or we like it, and we live on the same planet. So that's why we have to open up, to broaden our horizons, and we have to learn from each other. And of course, in order to create safe spaces, empathy. That's it. No, we have to put ourselves into the situation of our peers. so that we can understand them and through that we can create a safe space.
Yes, thank you, thank you, ANP Arnold. I very much agree as well. It's also more than putting ourselves in the shoes of others. It's really knowing how climate change and resilience really affects the whole of the community, not more than just ourselves. I think that's a very pertinent topic as well, considering the differences in responsibilities, especially as the Philippines, we may not be the most waste productive country, but we are still the most affected. We are one of the most affected. So it is very much a global issue, but if we really look down at the macro scale, there are things to learn from each other, whether it's from a different country, from a different city, from a different barangay, from a different person beside us. Thank you, ANP Arnold. Next, Dr. Raju.
So peer learning is very much important because the basis we learn from here that we can enhance community for the climate adaptation, for the resilience. So we have examples in Nepal that we have practiced even in a small scale. So those practice has enhanced, empower, and they have been working in a community well. So these things, we need to create a space for all people. So these things will lead us to include everyone, so like including all socially, and then enhancing them. So because the society doesn't work only with funds and only with the infrastructure. So active participation is important. So if we can go in the grassroots level and if we can enhance people, then that they will reflect the changes in the society. So peer learning is important. I feel so.
Thank you, Dr. Raju. I think there's a certain term for that, right? A rising tide raises all ships, meaning if we continue to capacitate everyone on the same level, our situation is only going to get better. And again, I love the sentiment that we echo, that resilience is not a you or me issue, it's an us issue, it's an all of us issue. And there is not one person that is not affected by climate change. Whether it's on different levels, maybe some people are a bit more capacitated, some people are really not capacitated, or are in very risky areas or vulnerable areas. But really raising the tide for all ships is one method that I think would be best to be practiced by everyone. Right. Next, Ms. Nani.
Thank you. I would like to answer probably both of the questions because it's kind of related. Why is peer learning is important for advancing resilience and climate action? I think because it bridges the gap between city planning, between us planners, and how to take action, how to implement those actions into reality. Of course, by involving all of the stakeholders, including the vulnerable persons with disabilities and elderly people and women, children, etc. And by learning from other countries or other cities that have same or similar hazard that we are exposing to, we can build our confidence. And we can, because we are probably have the same conditions, it makes us feel safe to tell them our mistakes, probably what to do or what not to do. This is not happening, or this is successful, or probably this is a failure to us. So we learn from them, and again, like us women, we always talk with each other, our dirty secrets. I think it happens also with our cities, which have similar hazard, that we are safe talking to each other. We are not ashamed of the mistakes that we had or we did. And we are looking forward to learn from them and implement or adapt or adopt what actions that already succeeded by them into our city. Of course, we are going to localize within our characteristic of cities. I think this peer learning is most important thing. Like during 2 days we are here, there are a lot of things that we learn from each other, and we learn from some of the challenges and some of the successful stories, and probably after this we are going to get this information and implement some of them to our cities in hoping that we are going to be successful too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nani. Yes, really the point as well on evaluating the conditions, the not just the environmental conditions, the social conditions, the political conditions and environment of a certain context between cities. And if we see that the context and the situations are the same, this breeds a ground for peer learning, as we're able to evaluate whether something in their city works for us, especially if it's a similar condition, and we can replicate it and maybe adapt it to something that fits more in our situation. Yes. And last, we have Miss Erin.
Okay, thank you. I think peer learning is very important because the challenges in the resilience and climate action is dynamic, and the challenges is very complex. So I think through peer learning, we can learn real world experiences, the failure experience as well as the successful experience, and we can adapt it to our own context. And this will lead us to the faster and smarter problem solving, and also accelerating the innovation in our own context. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Erin. Yes. Problem solving, or the presence or the ability and the approach of peer learning in being able to enhance our problem solving in a sense that we don't have to reinvent the wheel, especially if there are contexts that are similar. Maybe we can tweak it a little bit just to adapt to our conditions. And it's really nice that, again, the process of problem solving between cities is based on real life and real work experiences. And considering that many of us here, we may be local government employees, but we may not all be from the same divisions, from the same offices, or have the same knowledge or background. It's that multidisciplinary sort of peer learning that really makes our local government plans holistic and able to tackle the various challenges that we have in modern society. Yes. Right. So this is just. Would you like to give a little bit context for Nepal? Yes.
I would like to go to the first slide. Can you see this mountain? I like to ask everyone about this mountain. So this is not Mount Everest. This is next mountain. This is Mount Machapuchre. We call Fishtail. So this is nearby my home. So I grew up seeing this, and still I work with this, seeing this. So can you guess why I put this picture here? Anyone? I would like to ask.
Why Dr. Raju?
Okay, I will answer. Because this mountain used to be full of snow before. So now you can see it is there is no more snow there in this mountain. And Nepal is carbon negative country, so we have negative carbon emission. So we have a lot of forest. But this is a transboundary issue that global warming has created this situation. So this is not for us, this is a global issue. So after this mountain, many perennial rivers originating from these rivers, they are being drying up. So water resources are drying up. So irrigation is being hampered, and then drinking water. So people are migrating and agriculture is affected. So this is the scenario that we haven't done anything, but our mountains are being deteriorated. So this is the situation. So we have to protect this. So not only Nepal can do this. So all over the globe should think about this. So this is what I want to show here. So beyond that, next slide please. So beyond that, we have different landforms like mountains that ranging from Mount Everest to the flatlands like here in Philippines. So the disaster is different, we consider in coastal area like in Philippines or Indonesia. So they have like tsunamis, like volcanoes, or rising of sea level. So our priorities are different. So in mountains we have GLOF. I mentioned before that the lakes in the mountainous region, after the continuous melting of the mountains, so these lakes are very fragile, so they can burst at any time. So that can create a flash flood in down region. So this is a major problem in mountainous region, and landslide is most. So Nepal is mostly mountainous region, so landslide is most like other. And in the hilly region, middle hills, the landslide is more prone, and like active fault zone lies in this region. So earthquake is next most prominent disaster there. So in Tarai, there is a flood and inundation, but the inundation like here in coastal area, we don't have that, like we don't have to suffer much like in Thailand, they have suffered from Choprayo river and all that, so we don't need to be much worried about here. So now new emerging risks are like drought and erratic rainfall, like the rainfall pattern has changed. So there is no rain or excessive rain, in the concentrated rainfall in the small watershed area. So that has been making a great devastation. So these are the type of disaster that we are experiencing. So we have to empower communities to adapt these things. So from the ground level. So as you know, one of the most poorest country in Asia region, but like a diverse area and diverse type of disasters. So we need to adapt differently in compared to coastal regions. So these are different disasters that we need to cope with. So we have three forms of government acting in disaster and climate adaptation. So in 2017, the federal government has after the federal government, the constitution has made a provision that we have three forms of government. So one federal government, 7 provincial government, and 753 local government. So I'm one of those 753, and we are here more 5 people from the 753. So actually the policy and commitments, they are being made by the government, central federal government, and coordination is made. So we are the implementing agency, so we have to cope everything. And people, they are first who face the disaster, and the first respondent are the local government. So people come to us first. Then whatever we have, we do it first. So the next, if we don't have enough, then we get other supports from provincial and central government. So this is our government structure here. So Sendai framework. So actually, like this is, we are not totally, I don't say that we are totally following this, but it is happening because we are responding fast in case of disaster. So we can't avoid this. So we are following this Sendai framework. So we are aligning with, and we are going together with this. So why peer learning matters? I already told that, like 753 local governments, like SIRA, ICLEI SIRA has one of the initiating project here. So our government has there are too many local governments to support. So that is merely supported. So while we are here with ICLEI SIRA, so we can share our best practice, we can share our problems, so that like we can share our problems and share our experiences. And like even I say like we are here 6 city government municipalities. Like LAFA is not being prepared still in my municipality, but here we have other municipalities. So we are getting, we are taking their experience, and we are going one by one on this. So like we are in the form of pioneering in this climate change adaptation, because these things doesn't come on priority. Solid waste management, climate change adaptation, it still doesn't come on priority. So making roads, building the community buildings or drains, these things are still in our priority. And one of the presentation lastly in about building, like she mentioned that like this might not be regulated by next government. Yeah, same situation we have, like one mayor has initiated one project that might not be followed by others. So these things are the hindrance for our work.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Raju, for that, for giving a little bit more context for our Nepal LGU on peer learning. So thank you again, everyone, for the very insightful discussion for the first question, first set of questions. I believe that section really reminds us that peer learning experiences, peer learning spaces are most meaningful when they encourage openness, where both achievements and setbacks are shared between each other, helping us learn faster and avoiding the same mistakes being repeated. If any of our guests in the audience have any burning questions, we can maybe accept one per round as well as one answer per round. Then for those that have additional questions, please write them down on paper or digitally and save them for later on's longer dedicated Q&A session if we have the time for it. Any burning questions as of the moment? All right. Seeing none, I think we can move on to the second question for this session. As we move on to our next section, we shift our focus to what works again, highlighting successful practices and the key factors that made them possible. This section will guide us through real examples of initiatives that have produced positive outcomes, offering practical insights on what can be labeled and enabled their success. We hope that this portion will inspire ideas and help identify approaches that can be adapted and applied into our own contexts. With that in mind, the 2 questions you may choose from to answer are: what made these what are the initiatives in your local government successful or unsuccessful related to climate? What made these initiatives successful, and which enabling factors played the biggest role in its success, for example, for leadership, funding, or community engagement? So maybe we can go through this section a little bit quickly, just in the interest of time, to also meet our deadline for our move to the Smart City Command Center later on. So first, we'd like to have Architect Jason present.
All right, so I'm going to be sharing with you 2 of our initiatives in LGU Hingoog. The first one is Kwarto ni Neneng. Kwarto ni Neneng is not actually organic and unique in LGU Hingoog, but it is the implementation that makes it unique. It's a fund from the Department of Social Welfare and Development Office. We see that there is a limitation budget of 500,000 pesos only. So we sort of maximizing the available funds. So our beneficiaries is about 25 household beneficiaries from various barangays of Hingoog City. Construction materials were provided by the admin of the LGU. Skilled workers were provided by the LGU. However, we employed the laborers from the family members, practically the men. 50 men laborers were employed. What Kwarto ni Neneng is a simple yet effective implementation of such project, making sure that we go back to the main objective of DSWD to provide a decent room partition for promoting privacy, dignity, and personal space, personal security for young girls and women within a household. So what we did under the City Planning and Development Office is to identify the beneficiaries with an open layout only, and we had validated as well together with our CSWDO, together with the DRRMO as well, and other stakeholders to make sure that the beneficiaries, they will get the best out of it. If you calculate it roughly, that's 500,000 divided by 25, that's about 20,000 pesos only expenses in order for us to maximize the budget. Well, the success of Cuarto ni Neneng was driven by the strong leadership, the political will of our Honorable Mayor Eric G. Cañosa. Not only that, the strategic use of the limited funds, the innovation that we did not go for the usual contract implementation, but rather the implementation from our administration. And of course, the active community engagement, considering that we have employed as well the family members who are men within the family. It gives them that sense of ownership, that sense of dignity that they are part of the project. Another project, next slide please. But before that, can we play this video? It's a very short video, if you will let me. It's one of our interview to one of the beneficiaries.
Magpasalamat ko na ako ikaw kwarto kay safe sad kay sa magwang na laki dili sad ang lain kayo kung kita-kita ra magkuan mag-inis
di man sa panahon man kung karon kuyaw pa labi na siya ra diri mabilin kay sa magtrabaho mi o naman gud share lap na ikandado.
Thank you very much. And the second program and initiative that we are supporting under the LGU Hingoog is TROPA. It's actually short for Talisay Romblon Products Producers Association. We came to know that this plant, the Romblon plant, I'm not really very familiar with the exact name, is actually thriving within the soil of Hingoog City. Within the community, of wives and neighbors and relatives within one puroks of Talisay, they organize themselves. Well, the success of TROPA, or the Talisay Romblon Products Association, was driven primarily by the strong community engagement. Not only that, we are also empowering the women within the community. It also fostered trust, collaboration, and shared ownership. Of course, it had added also that economic value to their community. Instead of just chatting, we have a term here in the Philippines, we call it marites. So they still do marites, by the way, while doing these bags. So one of the products of Hingoog City. So thank you, Sir Gab.
Thank you, Architect Jason, for that, for sharing some of the initiatives in your city. Actually, when I went there to Hingoog City, I was able to be toured by architect in these different project areas and initiatives. There's also a few more that will be listed later on. But next, we have ENP Arnold.
Okay, for our sort of project in Rojas City. This is a long-term project, the Palina Greenbelt Eco Park. It is a nature-based resilience in a fishing community. The Eco Park has 74 hectares wide, and it has 21 mangrove species. In August 2021 to December 2022, we highlight the income generated by the park to 4.44 million pesos. This is during the COVID pandemic, and there is a boom in local tourism since they cannot go anywhere else. And also, the Greenbelt Eco Park is an ASEAN Sustainable Tourism awardee. The story of this, it started in 2006. So there is a siltation, and the site is previously occupied by dense fish pens and destructive fishing practices that almost degraded the whole river system. So in 2006, the City Agriculture Office organized an association, the Parida, and the members who are fisher folks who are practicing these dense fish pens and destructive fishing practices, they were given 1 peso per seedling, mangrove seedling planted. And if the mangrove seedling that they plant survive, they will be given another 3 pesos. And in 2011, we give the association a seed capital of 470,000 pesos to fund the launch of the eco park, since the mangroves are already visible and are growing. And then, as of last year, we provided them additional 500,000 support for additional floating cabanas and equipment, to boost the visitor capacity. So the key outcomes: the degraded river corridor became a thriving community-managed eco park. There are only 31 active Parida members managing and benefiting from the site, and the livelihoods shifted from extraction to sustainable ecotourism. And the 74 hectare of mangrove area was restored with 21 documented species, and it is consistently accredited by the Department of Tourism as a tourist attraction in the province of Capiz. So the activities, can we go back? Most of the activities there, river cruises, seafood dining, Roa City and Capiz is considered as the seafood capital of the Philippines, no? We would like to claim that. And mangrove walks, floating cottages, group gatherings, and of course a living classroom where the site serves as researchers, schools, and planners as a nature-based solution demo area. Next. For its value, of course, it's a flood and storm surge buffer. It is a carbon sink, and it supports the fishery production. And of course, ecosystem-based adaptation. No? It's a living proof that NBS integration in Roa City has long been practiced, no, since 2006. And these are the pictures of the park. And next slide. Yeah. And some key recognition also: ASEAN Award for Sustainable Tourism. It has also received a national award for best practices in community-based and responsible tourism. And Palina is the proof down that communities, nature, and local government can go together to build resilience from the ground up.
Thank you very much, ENP Arnold. Okay, next we have Dr. Raju.
Thank you once again. So, what have our local municipalities or local government done for the climate adaptation? We have taken three municipalities as a representative of all. So I'm going to highlight here. So you can see the first picture. There is a tea field with greeneries. Next is awareness among children. And the third picture is about the farmers research, tea research center. So the middle three pictures are about recycling of waste, the smart and clean city, and the other is urban beautification and urban forest. So and next is restoration of ponds for local ecosystem. So next please. So we have taken the first municipality, that is Suryodaya municipality. One of our representative from Suryodaya municipality is also present here. So they are going aggressively in partnerships and community involvement. So they are, and even digital communication or digitizing all data and information. So they are strengthening local governance for sustainability, integrated approach for climate change, climate and disaster resilience, also the preparation of LAPA, and also aligned with SDG in the budget or gender responsive budgeting. So next, please. Next, this is the community involvement in climate change adaptation, like risk mapping and hazard mapping in ward level. We call ward, what it is called barangay here in Philippines. So community-based disaster management system, like a lot of people are taking involving here and taking part. They are participated here. So infrastructure, we like, because the fragile geographical location, so in fact climate resilience or climate supporting infrastructure is next important for us. So community awareness campaign and environmentally local governance practices. So next, next please. So like what they have achieved till this, the Suryodaya, like they have digitized, they have enhanced preparedness and response disaster, data-driven planning and digital system, and scaling resilient practice. So could you please do next? So in the next, we take Dhankuta municipality. So one of the representatives here. So they have, what they have done is climate smart village program. So this was run in support of like partnership with UNDP Nepal. So they have enhanced farmer resilience and livelihood diversification. So next slide. So what they have done is for more than 2,100 household, especially more than 60% for women and marginalized people, they supported with tools, seeds, and trainings, and even the things that they can grow crops in harsh climate. So climate resilient support. So they grew the agricultural products. They are like they get good income from that. So this has especially enhanced women, and that has empowered, so they can come to the decision-making process. So this is what we achieve from the climate behavior in Dhankuta. So again, like diversified livelihood, that means like they have been improving, or they have been producing climate resilient product. So again, they have been involved like beekeeping and high value crops like avocado growing, so that they have additional income. That means more empowerment in grassroots level. So training for the marginalized group, agri-mobile apps, like people can, the farmers can know that what is the value of their product in the local market, so that they can sell in appropriate price. So they have 12 metric ton storage facility, like that. This enhanced in food security as well. So shall we go to next one? This is of my municipality where I work. So we take the case of solid waste management. We have very less waste, like that is 7 ton per day. So 5.5 non-biodegradable and 1.5 biodegradable waste. But like many cities, many advanced cities, they have managed with incinerator and other, but still we are pioneering to this. So we don't have landfill site. That is a major problem, so we have to manage. People are not allowing the land, like municipality wants to buy a land, but people oppose to sell the land, or they don't want waste nearby them. So at the last, what we did is we start segregating the waste, and we start recycling or sorting waste within the municipality premises. So before, like it was a mixed waste practice, that landfill, and we didn't have landfill site. That was a big problem. Now we are practicing. If we don't have land outside, then why don't we do within the municipality premises? So we have practiced that, and like earning plus we have now people are a bit convinced, like this waste, non-biodegradable waste doesn't matter. We can put this, the smell don't come. So we have like just make awareness with that. So let me go to the next slide. So this is what I'm telling. So multiple vehicles, like we have separate collection for both waste. You can see in the picture like separate collection, inspection by our municipality police, and like we have been sorting and selling the recyclables within the municipality premises that we have done there. And organic waste in the core city area, bin composting within the household has been done, and peat composting for the other city level. And like the rooftop farming picture is there. I want to show there in the picture. So, so next other initiative is like we have we have done the zero polythene campaign in 2022, and like a cloth bag for the people to use. So these things, our initiative that we are reducing waste, we are diverting waste by more than 60% now. So we don't have landfill site, but like we have already diverted 60%, more than 60% of waste by now. Even we have in case of Nepal and in Hindu religion, like we don't eat beef, like cow should be protected. So there are a lot of stray cow in our municipality. So we have like the religious effect, we can't let them out. So people drink milk, and whenever the cows are old, then they just keep them out. So we are preserving them, and in that area we are taking the biodegradable waste. We are mixing biodegradable waste with the dungs produced by cow, and we are producing biogas there. So even in a pioneer scale, so we are managing this, and we are combating, we are reducing GHG emission, and we are combating this. So I think lot of more effort has been done in finding landfill sites. So now we can find the area, because we have initiated already these things. So.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Raju. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Miss Nani.
Thank you. Please, next. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow participants, I'm coming from Bontang City, located in East Kalimantan, Indonesia. As coastal city, Bontang exposed with a lot of hazards. The top 3 hazards are flood, and then forest fire, and whirlwind or tornadoes. So we have 3 sub-districts and 15 urban villages and 499 neighborhood units. We call it RT atau Rukun Tetangga, we call it. And our population in 2025 is 194,000 people. Next. As a coastal city located in a downstream area of a watershed, Bontang is particularly vulnerable to urban flooding and tidal flooding. We also experience flood from other regions. So mostly flood in Bontang City comes from Kutai Timur regions, our fellow neighbor, and because of a lot of land use change in their territory, it affected us, and we cannot do anything about it, so we have to be resilient on our own. And previously, our challenge in tidal or flood management in Bontang City is because of the fragmented data and fragmented area or impacted people, we are failed to prioritize which programs to solve the flood, and even misalignment with the location of priority. So we put budget allocation in certain area, but in fact the more required actions is in other high-risk area. That's why right now we are focusing on making the data, flooding data based on geospatial. Next, please. As you can see here, this is a practical example. Gabriel, would you please press next? you can see the different data from each year. So we started from 2021 until 2025. We can see the difference between area affected by flood, and that's why this particular data and information will help us, the government, to track changes in flood-prone areas, and then we have this data to have more detailed analysis on how to prevent those risks and put on some priority program and making better decisions because of this geospatial data. Would you please next? Yeah, for example, we can overlay this data and we can understand whether our programs, previous program, can solve the flood in certain area. So the overlay, the overlapping data means that that location or area is still affected by flood. So probably if we have intervened in the program in those locations, it means that our programs must be failure. And we have to know and to determine what exact reason for those failures. Because we put a lot of budget for infrastructure in those locations. And to provide this accurate flood data and information, we combine a geographic information system, our newest aerial photo, and the witnesses from each flood impacted districts from our apparatus, as well as the communities. So with aerial photos and delineation from GIS, we also make sure that this data accurate by having those witnesses and those who are impacted by the flood. So better resilience begin with better local visibility of risk based on this data. Next, please. We have the flood data based on geospatial, and now we also have the data for the person with disabilities. We have 949 disabilities, and we have this data and information to make sure that they are the vulnerable groups more visible by this data. So we also, this data provides the information of their gender and then their age range, and probably their current state and which are who's jobless or with job, bedridden, with bed or active, and what kind of assistance that they need from the government and other welfare indicators. We can see from each person where they live and what are they need from us. And by integrating this data with our flood data, it helps our disaster risk management agencies to help, to easier for them to help who's going to be helped first. Next, please. Yeah, so this is the example of our integration. So we know which disabilities people live in the high-risk flood area, and we can anticipate who may need special support during floods. And also we can prioritize evacuation and rescue for those vulnerable groups, and also strengthen the coordination between data and field response. And this is also this data also help us to provide helps like foods, how many foods that we have to provide, and clothes, because of we know their gender and we know how many children also. Instead of this person with disabilities data, we also have the children and widower data, elderly data, and later on in the future we will also integrate them into our flood database with a spatial map, because it's going to be easier for our agency and government and also private sectors to help. Because when flood occurs, we also require help from private sectors, from their corporate social responsibilities program, because unfortunately, due to the limited budget, we cannot fulfill all of those needs from the impacted people or communities. Next, please. Oh, okay. Probably I will answer some of your questions, Gabrielle. Why this initiative successful? Because this initiative can reduce 75% of, based on this data, when we use this geospatial data and put on the priority locations and budget allocation, we can reduce 75% areas of flood impacted areas. So during 5 years, previous 5 years, we can reduce mostly 75%. And also, because of the political will, of course, our mayor is focused on the using the geographic information system or geospatial in all of the data in Bontang City. Not only we have person with disabilities data, we also have like children with stunting data, and then poverty people, poor people data, and we can overlay all of this data and find the high-risk areas where we should intervene first because of our limitation in city budget. So that's why we can have a better result and accurate targeted people or location or areas to intervene with the city budget. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nani. Thank you. Right, we have another representative from Indonesia.
Okay, thank you, Gabriel.
Ms. Irin.
So next, please. So first of all, I would like to share our Bold Cities vision. This is to rise as a center of reference and as a center of excellence across diverse fields. And this vision is driven by our major cultural work, which is think big, start small, and act now. It means that we have to dream without limits, but yet we have to stay grounded and decisive and action tangible. Next, please. Yogyakarta is only a small city with high density, and we cross by three main rivers, and along the river banks we have a lot of slum area that have to be addressed for the finalization. Next, please. And to, okay, next. Yeah. To address the slum area, we integrated efforts across at least 4 key elements. The first one is the urban development, the resilience, the land, and the collaboration. And the program is not only focused on building resilient infrastructure, but also aims to improve quality of life by providing essential services such as sanitation, access to clean water, fire protection, and raising community awareness and preparedness, while also supporting their livelihoods. A distinctive feature of this program is the provision of secure land tenure for affected residents. As we all know that many communities in riverbank slum area are typically settled on informal or unauthorized land. So this is the specialty of our province. So we have a regulation stating that land along riverbanks without formal ownership as designated as sultanate land, still because we still have a king. Yeah, we still have a palace. This is one of the distinctive features of our province that may not be found in other places in other provinces. And also the collaboration is the key process. We work together between the city government, the university, the community, the kampungs, and the Yogyakarta Palace, and also the media. Next, please. This is the initial slum upgrading program. Is called M3K. Is the Javanese language. It means that M is stand for mundur. Mundur is setback. So we have to set back the settlement along the riverbank for a minimum 3 meters for providing enough space for inspection road and the development of the basic infrastructure. And munggah means we settle developing the vertical housing to ensure sufficient living space for residents and orienting the house to face the river. In this way, the river becomes the community front yard. So this program, the key element that make this program successful is mostly about the collaboration, participation, and the willingness of the affected residents to give their part of their land for minimum 3 meter for the provision of the road inspection and the basic infrastructure. And next, please. This is the exempling before and after. You can see we are not only building the resilient infrastructure, but we also providing the livelihood by give them enough public space for economic showcase for them. Next, please. However, this M3K can be only implemented in settlements where buildings can be set back at least 3 meters from the riverbank. However, for settlement located on steep cliffs or areas with limited space that do not allow a 3 meters setback, alternative approaches are required. To address this challenge, we initiate a redevelopment approach rather than rehabilitation approach. We call it, that's Mahanani is also a local language. Then this redevelopment approach using land consolidation. So you can see the picture before and after. It's using the land consolidation, which involves reorganizing the land, which belong to the Sultanate ground. This is also the limitation of the program to ensure sufficient space for basic infrastructure and create adequate livable settlement. And this approach is more equitable because not only the areas at the front near the riverbank are affected, but the entire community participates and benefits from the outcome. Next, please. However, like I said before, this program still have a limitation since we have not only do it at the Sultanate ground. It will be challenging when the land is privately owned under a land ownership certificate. So we have been implementing this program since 2023, not only providing the community with proper housing, but also improving their quality of life and livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Erin. Okay. I guess to wrap up also that question for the second question, again, the session really shows us that successful initiatives are not by chance. It really requires a lot of planning from the local level. And for me, at least my key takeaway, of course, all of the initiatives shared were memorable, but one thing that I'm really thinking about now is how the two from Indonesia really mentioned how starting small or dream big, smart small.
Think big, start small, act now.
Act now.
Yeah.
Yes, and just the evaluation of previous plans and whether or not they have worked, and what to do after that, right? Or how to grow after that, right? So in the interest of time, since we'll be heading to those involved will be heading to the Smart City Command Center in 10 minutes. I believe we can start, we'll be starting with the Q&A already for those that have questions to the panel speakers here in front. Does anyone have any questions?
Ms. May has a question right here.
I have a question for Ma'am Nonita. Sorry, Ma'am Nonita. It's very interesting that you were able to capture the intersectionality data using GIS. And like Indonesia, the Philippines also has that challenge. We have fragmented data. So I was just curious, how were you able to consolidate all those data? Did it entail resources? How were you able to do it? Did the funding came from the own city or municipality? Because we really want this for Philippine LGUs also, because it's a household level data, and then you have data there that says who's unemployed, how many children are already there. So that's really a good practice that's worthy to be emulated. So please share with us how were you able to accomplish it. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss May. So yesterday I asked you a question and then you asked me a question. Then, okay. Actually, it is not a simple job. It is a very, very hard task, especially to collect an accurate data. We actually to have that kind of data, we are from we call it our agencies Bapada City Planning and Regional Planning Agency in Bontang City. We have promote to use GIS in every aspect. So first of all, we increase the capacity of each agencies and offices in Bontang City to make sure that they know the usage of those data in order to fulfill their target. They have indicators, KPI, right? And then they have target. And related to disaster and resilience, we also collaborate with disaster risk management agencies and especially from our districts and their, communities. They are the one who knows exactly what happened. So that's why we combine all of those data from the technology and their witnesses. So even when we delineate, we have delineation for those maps. We did that with them. And because we also have a forum, like a group discussion, and to make sure that all of the participants and stakeholders participate to build an accurate data. And we are from Bapada, we will facilitate with the GIS and the aerial photo and other technological thing. And actually, as I said earlier, most of our data is right now based on geospatial. Example, like stunting, as I mentioned earlier also, and poverty data. And when we overlay the data, we can understand which area is high risk and which one is probably have lower risk. And we will put our budget, our limited budget, into those high-risk areas in order to make sure the output also affected the outcome. So that's what we did. And it is not an easy job, as I said. We have to meet regularly. So every time there is flood, we will call them, and then we had a meeting, and we will map we delineate our flood-impacted areas. So it's a very not annually, but every time we face the flood, and we will do that. So I think, we have to be the initiator. The city planning agency have to be the initiator and to call for all of the stakeholders involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May, for the question, and thank you, Ms. Nani, for the answer. I think we can make room for how many more questions? 3 questions and 3 answers from the crowd. Anyone have questions? Please raise your hand na lang. Oh, there we have 1 question there.
Yes, coming from that particular question, I just wanted to know, how do you also facilitate social assistance to those particular areas that are being affected, given that you already have that specific data that you are developing? At the same time, how does this impact to the economic development of that particular area?
Yes, Ms. Nani, you can answer, but the other panelists also, you feel free to answer after Ms. Nani, if you have any thoughts.
Yeah. From those data, we have their welfare indicators, whether they have jobs or whether they don't have jobs, bedridden or active, or whether they can easily support themselves. So those data are collected by our agency, disaster management agencies, and when the particular flood affected to certain area, they already know they can open the data and they know how many people will be affected, and then they will be more prepared. So probably in those areas there are 70 people, disabled people, and then 5 elder who needs probably wheelchair or something like that, and then they will provide it in advance. So it will make the disaster management or rescue easier for our disaster risk management agencies. And also, based on that data, we also collect what they are needing. I mean, the requirement related also with the help, whether they need help with the hearing aid, or they need help even for food, whether they need job, they need probably we need to facilitate them with capacity increasement in certain field to be able for them to be able to get jobs. That's the impact of that data for our decision making and prioritize the budget allocation for each sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nani. Would anyone else like to answer the same question, or if there's another question in the crowd for the speakers? I guess if there are no questions, I could maybe ask for again maybe a minute max for each of your thoughts on these one of these 3 reflection questions. First question is, what is one practice that you would like to replicate or reproduce in your future projects? That's question number 1. What is one lesson learned from a challenge that you've encountered? And what is that's the second question. And third question is, what idea or concept or method that you've learned so far would you like to test out in your own work? So we can go down the line from architect. So just answer one of the 3, any of those.
Okay, that was quite a list of questions, Gab. Can you please repeat the question? I know it's not a pageant, but please repeat it again.
Random na lang.
Random na lang, yeah.
Okay, sir. What is one lesson learned from? What is one lesson you've learned from the challenges you've encountered in the various projects that you've implemented?
I think one of the lessons learned from the implemented projects in the context of Baguio City is each and every project is unique. Each and every location, each and every barangay is unique. We cannot say that regardless of if there's similarity of the problem, we cannot say that it can be applied with the same solution. In fact, I'd like to give an example. In one of our town hall COOP meetings in Baguio City for our capstone project, one of the identified problems of Barangay 18A is the solid waste management. Well, in fact, they have the same problem compared to Barangay 9, in which I've also brought Mr. Gab there. It works in Barangay 9 because there is leadership, good leadership. There is also behavioral difference between the 2 barangays. And not only that, the success can also be driven into the will of the leaders. So having said that, I think the lessons learned there is we should consult each and every community to any projects that we are going to implement, which the one that we are doing right now. This is very important. Thank you, Gab.
Thank you, Architect Jason. Yes, it's very much not a one-size-fits-all solution, even no matter how similar the contexts are. Sige. ENP Arnold, would you like to answer one of the questions?
Okay, maybe on the practice that we would like to replicate, I am interested with Ma'am Irin's framework on the slum development, slum upgrading, and the concept we would like to assess, and because the setting of the area is also, there are parts of Roa City that is similar to your settings. And also, The practice of Ma'am Noni. Actually, the Philippines, we had a community-based monitoring system, CBMS, that they have already ceremoniously turned over to us, but still we are waiting for the trainings on how to use it. But definitely we can integrate those CBMS data, and we can replicate the geospatial system, which is similar to what our counterparts are doing. So that's all.
Thank you, Ian B. Arnold. Yes, it's nice to see that there's things that we learn from other countries, let's say, but it's not a one-to-one copy we're supposed to copy. We're taking inspiration and using the materials, using the lessons, using the knowledge and technology we have at hand to integrate it into that. Yes. Dr. Raju, would you like to answer?
Thank you. Even I want to talk about the GIS data that you have introduced. In case of building, like as a civil engineer, I'm working in the infrastructure. So once we have been initiated that to keep the record of all the buildings in the municipality on basis of GIS data, and then like a type of structure, number of peoples, and the type of hazards that might be exposed in those communities. If we have those data and then like relating with the telephone lines or phone numbers, or even if you have one code or one number on the building information, then we can have a rescue, quick rescue and all that. So data information would be the one that I would want to replicate. Not in case of like she was presenting about the flooding, but I'm talking about earthquake disaster related in the buildings.
Okay, thank you. Very, very quickly, may we also get Ms. Nani and Ms. Erin's answers.
Actually, there are a lot of things to learn from yesterday and today's discussion. And regarding my city, probably we have a lot of similar situation with Legazpi City in Philippines, and probably from Nepal we have the same problems with waste management. And I think because of these peer learning, we can probably take back some lesson learned to our city and implement it. And also we can know what to do and what not to do based on their experience, and it will accelerate our implementation in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nani. And lastly, we have Ms. Erin.
A lesson learned from a challenge that I have encountered in my own project is one solution may work in one place but may not work in elsewhere. For example, the M3K is only work in a place that can be set back for 3 meters but cannot working in another place. And as a perspective from the government cannot stand alone. We need the engagement from all the stakeholders, especially from the community, from the vulnerable groups. We cannot stand alone. We need their engagement, not only collaboration and participation, but the engagement and the involvement, the community in all process, from the planning, implementation, and also the monitoring of all development projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Erin, and thank you to all of our panel discussants here today. I understand that we were not able to discuss all of our points to discuss, but I'm sure once we get off the stage and once we get back to our tables and continue our conference, that many of our colleagues here would love to speak more to you and share more to you about their questions and burning questions regarding your presentations. So thank you again, everyone. Again, we have Architect Jason, we have Ian P. Arnold, Dr. Raju, Ms. Nani, and Ms. Erin.
And of course, let's use this time for a photo opportunity. Please, Gab, join them. Could we have our panelists stand in the middle? Once again, let's give it up for our Zero Project Fellows from the Philippines, Nepal, and Indonesia for sharing their insights and experiences. That was Architect Jason, ENP Arnold, Dr. Raju, Ms. Noni, Ms. Norsanti, and of course we have Gab as our moderator. And at this point, we will begin our assembly and preparation for the site visit to the Baguio Smart City Command Center. This visit offers a valuable opportunity to see resilience in action, particularly how data, coordination, and technology are integrated into disaster preparedness and urban management systems. May we kindly request everyone to follow the guidance of our organizing team as we arrange transportation and